What's up, everybody?
Cancel the state's next witness, please.
We're going to get into this today.
Okay.
A little late because having some serious issues today. Like serious meningitis issues where I was thinking on the way home from the gym I might have to run to the ER because my body was feeling wild. So I'm really hoping things calm down. I'm probably going to have to go to the doctor after this. We'll see what happens.
Step in front of
But
Brittany will get you sworn in.
still very interested in what's going on here.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Please have a seat.
All right, man. It's going quick. What's up, everybody? Made myself small out here. Yeah, my
Good
whole
morning.
face
Good
was
morning.
going numb.
Go ahead and pull that mic close to you as we
It's
hear
scary,
up your
man.
answers.
So hopefully I'm okay, but
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Margaret Offret, Offret.
You go by Margie? Is
I
that
go by
right?
Margie, yes.
Where do you work?
For this, I work for the University of Utah.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a medical assistant coordinator.
What about in 2022? What was your role back then?
Same role, but I also do part-time EMS, and at that time it was for Park City Fire.
What do you do as part-time EMS? What's that role?
Emergency responder, advanced EMT.
Is that similar to a paramedic?
Yes, one step below.
And how long have you been working as an advanced EMT?
Almost 40 years.
Now, given that experience, have you been called out to a death scene before?
Many, yes.
How many would you say?
Over the 40 years, probably more than 100.
Have you been called out to the scene of an overdose before?
Yes,
A drug overdose?
yes.
How many?
20 to 30.
What kind of certifications do you hold to be an advanced EMT?
Well, I have advanced life support, pediatric advanced life support, and I do monthly training and recertify every 2 years.
And you're up to date on that training?
Yes, ma'am.
As you were back in 2022?
Yes,
Were you working on March 4th of 2022?
yes,
And did you respond to the scene at 282 Willow Court?
yes.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
We got our gear and went to the bedroom where our patient was,
Where was he when you arrived?
in the bedroom on the floor.
What was the position of Eric Richins when you arrived?
He was laying flat on the floor, straight.
Was he on a sheet?
I don't recall.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 1-4S1. It'll pop up on your screen there. Do you see that?
Not yet.
You should be able to see it.
I can see it. I can see it.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The scene in the bedroom.
That's the scene that you were just describing.
Yes.
Judge, this has already been admitted. I would like to publish it to the jury. No objection.
Okay, one moment.
So, when you arrived on scene, if Mr. Richins had been on top of a sheet on the floor, would you have moved him?
No, only if it was in the way of what we were doing.
Now, were you made aware that Mr. Richins had been pulled to the ground from the bed?
I don't recall that we were aware of that. That's just where we found him.
Now, in your line of work, have you been on a scene where people have been pulled to the ground on a sheet to perform CPR in the past?
I don't recall sheets, but people have been pulled off the bed.
When you saw Eric Richins on the floor, was there anything that stood out to you about the position of his body?
That he was at the foot of the bed instead of the side of the bed.
Why did that stand out to you?
Because most places when we go, the person is on the side of the bed. Just easier to get them off.
And anything about the physical position of his body that stood out to you?
He was just very straight.
What do you mean by that?
Straight, like everything was straight.
What would you expect if someone had been
Sometimes
pulled?
arms.
What the heck is going on here?
Straight, like everything was straight.
What would you expect if someone had been
Sometimes
pulled?
arms are flailed about.
Okay, just let me finish the question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that you
Don't know
perform
what the heck that
life-saving
was.
procedures on Eric Richins.
Yes.
What did you do to attempt to resuscitate him?
We hooked up the Lucas machine. We started an interosseous anio needle and gave him epi and the cardiac arrest protocol.
I'm gonna make the chat smaller so it's not over her face.
So I'm going to have you describe a couple of those things for the jury because I know that you use these terms all the time, but they
Okay.
might not know. What is a Lucas machine?
A Lucas machine is the machine that does compressions
There we
for us so that we're free to do other things such as IVs or IO needles, interosseous needles, to give medications.
You also mentioned that Mr. Richins was given epi. What do you mean by that?
Epinephrine, which is a medication that we give to try and start the heart again.
And so those things were being performed on Mr. Richins.
Yes.
Is it also your protocol to ask if your patient is taking any medications?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you ask Miss Kouri Richins if Mr. Richins was taking any medications?
Yes, I believe I did.
Were you given any medications that Eric Richins was taking?
Yes, I believe she told me it's in my report, but naltrexone for Lyme disease, possibly?
Did she hand you that medication?
No.
Any other medications that you were made aware of that Eric Richins was taking?
She did also say CBD gummies.
As you are performing these life-saving measures on Eric Richins, are you also looking for things in his immediate area that might explain what's happening with him?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you see anything that to you might explain what's going on with him?
No.
Now, when you've been on the scene for an overdose death or an overdose call in the past, what are some things that you see around the person that might indicate to you what's happening?
Sometimes you see drug paraphernalia or pill bottles.
Did you observe any of those things?
No.
Now, were you there when the time of death was called for Eric Richins?
Yes.
What time was that?
3:58, I believe.
And that would be in the morning, right?
Yes. A.M.
Now, later you talked about Eric Richins being down sometime or dead sometime.
Yes.
What was that observation based on?
He was cold to the touch. His body was cold to the touch, and his heart rhythm, which when we hooked up the monitor, showed that he was in asystole.
What is a systole?
That's flat line.
So no heartbeat.
No heart electroactivity at all.
Did that ever change while you were there?
No.
So he was gone for a long time before the police were called.
Just
Or
no.
911 was called.
Ma'am, those were all my questions for you. Thank you. The defense may have some as well.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you guys after
Please,
in the
please.
break, just so you guys know where I'm at, just so I don't freak you out with the medical stuff. But
Good morning.
Good morning.
You weren't the first EMT or EMS to arrive on the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene, others were already starting to work on Mr. Richins, true?
One person, yes.
Was working on him?
Yes.
All right. And what was that person doing?
Compressions.
All right. So you don't know if the body had already been arranged in any sort of way by the prior EMT?
I do not.
All right. Now, when you were first called to the scene, you believed it was a call for cardiac arrest, correct?
Yes.
That was the chief complaint that was brought to your attention.
Yes.
All right. And what did you do? What was the first thing you did when you arrived?
We hooked our I had a partner. We were hooking up our monitor to see what kind of heart rhythm we may have, and then attaching the Lucas machine, which does compressions for us.
That's cool.
It is cool.
All right. So you went directly into the bedroom when you arrived.
Yes.
All right. And you later wrote a report. It's called a pre-hospital care report.
Yes.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to have you take a quick look at this and tell me if this is... Well, actually, can you just pull it up on the screen and show her?
She has it.
All right. Is that your report?
Yes.
All right. We'd moved to admit that as, I guess, defense exhibit. I think now we're at 3005.
I would object.
All right. Well, if there's a little break while they're submitting evidence, just so you guys know, like, this has happened before. It feels like the blood flow on my right side starts to go away. So I'm having some of those feelings again. It's like this tingling. Obviously, though, it's very scary, and going to the hospital takes a long process, obviously. So I'm not being crazy. Like, if it was bad enough, I would be at the hospital right now. So I don't want you guys to be worrying or thinking that I'm not being careful. Obviously, I care about my health, and then I care about being here for my family and for you guys. So that's going to always be the most important thing. So, but while we're here, I want us to be able to talk about this, and it's something I've been waiting for, to have us cover this trial. I know today was just really messy. I should have put up our thumbnail and had everything ready, but I was just struggling this morning. So.
Oh, she can still see it, you said. I'm sorry. All right, so...
In fairness to her, it's pretty small.
It is small here, too. All right, so where did you get the information that he was possibly having a cardiac arrest?
That's what the dispatch came across as.
So, but you didn't know if that was correct?
No.
And it turned out not to be correct, right?
That he was in cardiac arrest?
He didn't die of a cardiac arrest.
Well, I mean, he was in cardiac arrest. I did not know, and I don't know what he died from.
All right. Explain that he was in cardiac arrest at that time. What is the...
He was in asystole, which is a flat line, which means there's no electrical activity in the heart. That's cardiac arrest.
All right, so
And he was not breathing, obviously.
So as a layperson, I was reading that you thought he was in the process of having a heart attack, but that's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
All right. So that just means someone who is not having their heart functioning at the time when you're called in. That would just be called a cardiac arrest.
Correct.
All right. So that was the information that you based what you did
Yes.
following when you got there.
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived, you spoke with, well, first you said you went right into the room.
Correct. Yes.
And you administered epinephrine?
Once we got our lines started, yes.
All right. And you also, I just lost the word. You also admitted, Narcan.
Yes, we did give Narcan.
Okay, what's the purpose of Narcan?
Narcan is to reverse any possible drug overdoses with narcotics.
All right. But he had been asystole, help me with the word,
Asystole.
asystole for a while by the time you gave him that.
Yes.
And that typically would be helpful if it was given pretty immediate after.
Yes, that's kind of a last effort. Let's try this.
Okay. And then at what point did you go from in the bedroom to, well, let me rephrase that. What did you do next? You gave him the Narcan, you gave him the epinephrine, and what else did you do in the room?
I just continued to work the code until the Park City fire medics got there.
What does that mean, work the code?
Tried to save him, continuing CPR,
That's sad.
trying to figure out why he's in a cardiac arrest.
And
She knew he was
breathing
dead,
for him,
and they're
things
trying
like
to save his life.
Were you able to determine why he was in cardiac arrest?
No,
All right. Not at that time, anyway.
no,
And then you left the room, true?
yes,
And at the point you left the room, you knew that he was deceased, correct?
correct.
And you went out, and is the first person you spoke to one of the deputies that was there, Deputy DeWin?
I don't recall.
Right. Do you recall telling one of the deputies that you thought maybe it was possibly an aneurysm?
I just possibly coming up with ideas, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And at that time, did you know his medical history?
Yes, what I was given.
And who gave you that?
Kouri.
Okay. And she gave you the same medical history that she had already given to the deputies, correct?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the deputies about the fact that he had Lyme disease?
I think I probably told them that's what she told me.
All right. And the information about what medications he was on, did that come from her or did that come from the deputies?
That came from her.
And this was after he'd already passed, you got this information?
I believe while we were working the code, I had asked those questions.
All right. And you said that one of the medications that you were told he was on was naltrexone,
Correct.
and you were told that was for Lyme disease.
Correct.
However, that would be a off-brand use for naltrexone.
Correct.
Naltrexone is typically used for people that are suffering cravings either from drugs or alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I think we need to lay a little more foundation here.
I'm done.
I'm done.
We'll just move on unless you're going to ask this witness more questions about the
Not about the naltrexone.
She said, I'm
off-label-
done.
off-label uses of medications.
No, that was all.
Okay.
All right. All right, just give me a moment. Let's look at your report here.
Thank you, guys. I don't want to freak you out or anything, but just so you know, if I have to go, we'll be streaming from the hospital.
Can you tell me about, in your report, you talk about blood sugar obtained,
Yes.
and you say the blood sugar obtained of 458. That was his actual blood sugar at that time?
Yes.
That's extremely high, correct?
It's high.
All right. And would that be a natural thing just based on someone passing that their blood sugar would go up?
I don't know why his blood sugar was that high.
All right. And you also have in there that he had a GCS of 3. Can you tell me what that means?
Glasgow coma score. So that's basically he scored 1 on everything, which it goes from 5 to 1. Someone who's alert and oriented would get a 5. Someone who is not responding gets a 1. That's the
All right.
lowest score you can get. A
1
3.
is the lowest score.
3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Yes.
And tell me again, what does GCS stand for?
Glasgow coma score.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then are you the one that told Ms. Richins that Eric was in fact deceased?
Yes.
Is this something that you've had to do before?
Yes.
So it wasn't the first time you told someone that their spouse or someone else with them had passed?
No.
And I imagine this is difficult.
Very.
And I would imagine that you've seen many different reactions from different people to that kind of news. True?
Yes.
From silent shock, correct?
Yes.
To hysteria.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people throw up.
I haven't seen that but once.
You haven't seen anyone throwing up after hearing that news?
Not really, no.
Okay. You never know what to expect, though.
Correct.
You never know how someone's going to react
True.
when they get terrible, traumatic news like that.
Yes.
Probably a little bit different for an unexpected death than maybe someone who's been terminally ill, true?
Yes.
is it fair to say unexpected deaths get a wider range of reactions than someone who's been dying, say, for, months than it was expected?
Yes.
All right. Just back to your report for one moment. So everything in your report was done, you were just writing down what you did based on the information you had? True?
Yes. Yes.
And you didn't know if the information was correct at that time, it's just based on the information you had?
Yes.
All right. I'd move again to admit Defense Exhibit 300.
I'll withdraw my objection, Judge, if they want to admit it. Okay.
Oh, okay. This would be defense, give me the numbering again.
I believe it's
3005.
5, yes.
Katie, is that right? Okay. D3005 is admitted. Is there any part you want to publish to the jury?
Not at this time, I just wanted to admit it.
Okay. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Anything else for this witness, Ms. Charbonnet?
Just briefly, Judge.
This is interesting.
So, you testified to Miss Lewis's questions that you had made a guess that maybe Eric Richins died of an aneurysm. Why did you make that guess?
Because he had a lot of blood coming out of his mouth when we arrived in while we were working on him.
And was that happening? When was that happening? The blood
during CPR.
So when you arrived, the blood was already coming out of Eric Richins' mouth.
Yes.
Did you have an explanation for why that blood was coming out of his mouth?
No.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Here we go. Within the scope of redirect, please.
It's not unusual to see blood come out of someone's mouth during CPR, correct?
Not normally, but it seemed more than normal.
All right. So, the machine, the cool machine, what's it called?
Lucas machine.
The Lucas. That, can you describe the sort of pressure that that machine uses?
Well, it compresses the chest as you would in CPR. It's a continuous compression that, it's like doing CPR with your arms, only more steady than a human can do.
And consistent in terms of the amount of pressure.
Correct, yes.
Whereas humans of different sizes have different amounts of pressure.
Correct.
Did the machine break any of Mr. Richins' ribs?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Does it sometimes do that?
I don't know.
All right. Well, as a trained EMT, when the compressions are being given hard compressions, if there's blood in the lungs, it wouldn't be unusual to see that come out, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in order to do efficient CPR, one, you would need to be trained, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that a very small person who's untrained would have difficulty doing the strength of compressions that's necessary when giving CPR.
They could, yes.
Okay.
That's very, very
All right. I
floaty
have nothing.
question.
No questions, Judge.
There's no way the machine would break your ribs. Unless you're like a baby. I just don't get that. I appreciate you guys. Just so you know, I'll update you.
State's next witness.
If
Sergeant Andrew Cernich, please.
if I need to leave or do something, I will. But as of right now, I'm okay. I feel really weird. I have a lot of pressure in my head from sinuses that is making the meningitis worse just because there's already pressure in my head from that constantly. So to add in like sinus pressure, my head just feels crazy, you know? But I'll be
Sergeant,
really
if you
careful.
step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Just having 3 kids and knowing that
Good
your
morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and move that mic close to your
parents
mouth so we
are
can get all your
gone.
answers. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Andy Cernich,
It's heartbreaking.
Crnich.
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your role there?
I am a sergeant on patrol.
And what about back in 2022? What was your role? First, let's talk about the Sheriff's Office. What were you doing for them in 2022?
In 2022, I was a sergeant working in the jail.
And back in 2022, did you have other first responder roles or other jobs that you did?
Yes, I also worked for the Summit County the South Summit Fire Department as a volunteer fire.
What do you do as a volunteer fireman for South Summit?
I respond to emergencies through the fire department and assist on medical calls.
So, were you working on March 4th of 2022?
I was.
What capacity were you working in on that day?
I responded as a on-call firefighter to assist medical.
And did you respond to the home at 282 Willow Court?
I did.
Now, describe for the jury, even though you're a trained police officer, what happens when you're on duty as a fire department role?
On the fire department role, we're trained in numerous different things as first responders. I also recently had quit working for South Summit EMS as a advanced EMT. So we assist with whatever needs fire department needs. At that time, I assisted with the CPR efforts of the individual.
But it's fair to say that when you get called to a scene in your EMS role, you don't mix that with your law enforcement role.
Correct.
You stay in that lane for that call.
Correct.
So what were your responsibilities? Just highlight that for the jury when you arrived at the scene that night.
When I arrived that night, EMS had arrived before I had. I asked what they needed, and they asked me to take over airway.
At some point during your responsibilities there, were you asked to look for medications?
I was.
If we could please show the witness Exhibit 1-5S.
He has it.
Do you
Are
recognize
they trying to
this?
claim that he overdosed?
What is it?
That's what it sounds
That
like.
is the bedroom where we were working on the individual, and it shows me reaching into the nightstand.
Fair and is that photo a fair and accurate representation of you on that night?
Yes.
I'll move to admit Exhibit 1-5S.
I just need to clarify, is there a second photo that's on this? Are there two photos? Because the one I have has two photos. And this may be a later one or an earlier one.
Ms. Sherbanek, forgive me, is this the 1
There it
through
is. There
5
is two
series? No, it's different.
Different number.
Okay.
There are two pictures. No objection. As long
Okay.
as both pictures come in, no objection.
Sure.
Okay.
I agree
Scott,
with
you
you,
go back to
Donna.
picture number 1. And I'll publish.
How could you
now
take anybody's life for
just make
money,
sure the jury
for their
sees
life
both
insurance? It's so crazy to me that
photographs
somebody
in
could even think that way.
1-5S, which has been admitted.
And that's the exhibit you just looked at.
Yes.
And describe for the jury, where are you in this photo?
I'm the one wearing red next to the bed, where I just turned around from retrieving that bottle from the nightstand.
Scott, if we could go back to the first image, please. And what does this image show?
I believe that's where I was searching the nightstand drawers for any type of medications.
And you were asked to search, right?
Correct.
Who told you to look for medications?
I believe it was Margie Offred, who was the EMT on scene running the scenario, or not scenario, but the scene.
And Scott, if we could go to the next image. And you pulled something out of that nightstand, right?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 1-8, please. This has already been admitted. We can publish it to the jury. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the pill bottle that I found in the nightstand.
It's hydrocortisone.
Just a moment. Sir, those are all my questions for you. The defense may have some as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So basically they're saying that he overdosed and she did not poison him, is what I'm gathering here.
Ms. Nesser.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But he'd been gone for a long time by the time she called.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I represent Ms. Richins along with several other attorneys here. So I want to just clarify, you said when you first got there you were assisting EMT that were already on the scene?
Correct.
And someone was already doing CPR on Mr. Richins when you arrived in the room?
I believe when I arrived, they were just hooking up the Lucas machine, which is a machine that does CPR, or chest compressions.
Okay, so there was not a human doing compressions before they hooked up the Lucas machine?
I do not recall if they were doing it and stopped to hook up the machine or if they were actually in the process of hooking it up.
And the individual, before they hooked up the machine, can you describe, besides Miss Offred, who was around the body?
I believe there was my partner firefighter that was there next to them and the other EMT that was on scene, but I do not recall who that was.
Can you describe their build for me?
Medium build males?
Both males?
Yes.
Thank you. You took over the airway, so you had to just clear an airway so they could get oxygen to them?
Correct. So my job was to deliver oxygen to him.
So did you put a tube down his throat?
Yes, I did.
And when you put the tube down his throat, was there any blood on his face before you did that?
Not that I can remember, no.
Okay, great. And after you put the tube down his throat, did you see blood come out of his mouth?
Shortly after, there was blood that showed up in the tube and coming out of his mouth.
How far down does the tube go that you insert into his throat?
Sits on top of the larynx.
So down to about where your voice, that's your voice box, right?
Correct.
Sorry.
Yes, correct that
Not
area.
great at biology. Okay. All right. So have you seen that before where when you insert a tube into someone's throat, it can cause there to be bleeding in their throat?
Not usually, but yes, I have seen that before.
Okay, great. So then they're doing the CPR, and you were asked by Ms. Offred, who we just heard from, Margie, to check the nightstand for any medication. Is that right?
Yes.
And I noticed, can you pull up, please, Exhibit 15S, which has already been admitted, Your Honor. Can we please publish?
One moment.
I noticed you went to the bedstand on that, the nightstand on that side of the bed, right?
Correct.
So is your understanding that was the side of the bed that Mr. Richins had been on?
Yes.
Right. And you're pulling out a drawer. Is it the bottom drawer or the top drawer? Do you remember?
I believe there was only one drawer, but I am not sure.
Okay. I'd like to show you now exhibit, and this is not admitted yet, so if we could take down the publication and just let the witness and counsel see exhibit 14S. Is it up?
He has it.
Okay, thank you. Is that the nightstand you pulled the pill out of? Pill
That
bottle?
looks like the nightstand, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, could we move to admit 14S?
States 14S is admitted.
It's defense, yeah.
It's not the way it's marked.
Oh, we sure right. It's 14S. Sorry about that. Okay, there's the nightstand, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on that nightstand, Katie, can you zoom in to the top of the nightstand if it's possible? You may not be able to on this photo. Yeah, there you go. So that's phone is sitting in a charger. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And right next to it, it looks like an Apple Watch that's on the little watch charger right next to it. Is that right? Can you tell?
Is that the one in front of the phone?
It's to the back of the phone.
Oh, okay.
See the
I
little
see that.
the
yes.
little square? I think that's an Apple Watch, but if I'm wrong, tell me.
I do not know. It very well could be.
And this picture of the nightstand, there's no wallet on it, correct?
Correct.
There's some pills and a little metal, like push thing that you push pills out of, right? Do you see that next to the TV power?
Yes.
All right. And were those pills taken by you or anyone else, do you know, to be tested?
They were definitely not taken by me.
Okay. All right. Can we also just to the witness only show States Exhibit 1-9? Only the witness. It's not admitted yet, Your Honor. Do you see that picture? That's a little better and clear and close up.
Yes.
All right. In that picture, were you still there when the wallet was put on the nightstand?
I do not recall if I was or not.
Okay. But that is the same nightstand we're talking about.
Yes.
Your Honor, can we move to admit 1-9?
No objection.
States 1-9 is admitted.
May we please publish it to the jury? Okay. Can we please blow that up as big as we can, just focused on the nightstand? Okay, so here you can see the Apple Watch a little more clearly, right?
Yes.
And you can also see a wallet that's been added to the table that was not there before, right?
Yes.
Did you put that?
We don't know the timing of these photographs. That foundation has not been laid.
Well, it's in now, so.
Man, she's kind of rude,
You
bro.
can compare the photos. You
She
can't
kinda just
state
throws
when
stuff in
the
there.
wallet was there or wasn't there.
Okay, sorry. I'll
Yeah.
retract that. That's fair.
Well, it's in
Can
now.
we zoom in at the very bottom of the power of the power TV? There's some white specks on the nightstand. Can you try to zoom into that if possible? Right there. Do you see those white specks on the nightstand?
Yes.
Did you see the white specks on the nightstand when you were there that night?
I do not recall it being there.
Did you gather them or swab them or put them in a little plastic bag to be tested later?
I did not.
So as you sit here now, can you tell the jury what those white specks are?
White specks.
That's it. All right.
Why does this feel like it's kind of like a episode of like The Office or something? There's something so like nonchalant
Also, was there a time
and
where
not serious
you
about this.
found Mrs.
Not trying to be
Richins'
rude,
phone
but-
and handed it to a deputy? Did the deputy come in looking for her phone?
I do not recall.
You can't remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember her phone being in the room at any point?
I do not.
All right. And did you personally have any conversations with Ms. Richins that night?
I may have asked her if he had taken anything or how long he had been down,
Okay.
but I do not recall.
You can't remember for sure.
I don't know for sure.
In your experience, both as a police officer and a trained medical responder, is it fair to say that it was apparent to you he had been deceased for some time?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's all I have. Just one moment.
It just feels very, I don't know how to explain it. The environment feels very, I don't even know what the word is. It just doesn't feel very
Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
real.
Ms. Sherman.
Almost feels like it's very,
Judge,
the word I'm
Sergeant
looking
Cernich,
for is
was
like
it
this.
your job that night to
right?
collect
Just like a-
evidence?
It was not.
That's all.
Doesn't matter kind of thing.
You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Mine.
You might
He
bring
can
a
be-
glass of water.
Your Honor, he can be finally excused.
Yes, you are released, sir. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state has a witness ready, but I think the defense wanted their expert to be present.
Judge, yes, we had an agreement that we would be notified of when an expert would be testifying, that way our expert was listening.
Yeah, nonchalant's a good word.
That wasn't done, and so we're trying to work that right now. We emailed or texted our expert, and we're working on that, but he has not responded as of yet. So I've asked Mr. Burmester if he could move it to the back of the line until I get notice.
That expert is somebody that's physically present in the state of Utah.
Yeah.
Their expert.
Yours.
No, he's going to be remote WebEx listening in.
Okay. May we take I'm going to let you stretch your legs here for a minute. This may take a minute. Rise for the jury, please.
See, man. What do you guys think? Something about this just feels weird. I don't know how to explain it. And I'm reading Kouri. I'm reading almost like a I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain it. She looks like almost like a sad a little bit.
All right,
She's
folks, have a seat. Mr. Ramos, tell me, what was your understanding of the deal that you had reached with State's Counsel?
So what we would do is we would be given 24-hour notice of their expert testifying. So we can make arrangements for our expert to either be present physically or listen in to the proceedings.
With the idea that if they're listening in real time, they can send you feedback, suggestions?
Not even that. Well, I mean, obviously, I would be able to consult with them if that was the case, but more than anything, so they could listen in to see if they were going to offer anything in rebuttal.
They can do that no matter what. I mean, I can watch the entirety of yesterday's proceedings right now
No,
on
I
Court
understand
TV.
that. That's why I'm saying it's
Yeah.
kind of two-part.
Okay. And then I'm inferring
She
that
does look detached.
your position is that who's the expert?
Your Honor, it's Dr. Ulmer, the medical examiner.
Okay. Was this person on the witness list for, or the proposed list for today?
Your Honor, I guess no, although we had a discussion at the end of yesterday's trial that where were we going after crime scene? And I said, you know, I informed counsel, whatever, 5 o'clock yesterday that we would be going to medical examiners after crime scene. So it's not, this isn't a shock, but I did not say we will bring in Dr. Ulmer tomorrow.
How long do you
She
think
doesn't
you're having
blink.
your direct with Dr. Ulmer?
By the way,
My
Kouri does not
direct
blink.
is probably 30 minutes.
Okay. So what if we say we'll do the direct of Dr. Ulmer, which your expert would be able to go back and review during the lunch hour if you need to, and we'll start cross after lunch.
So my only concern is that I'm attempting to get a hold of him to see if he's available right now to view those. So I've sent a text message as soon as Mr. Burmester told me. So that's what I'm waiting on. I have no problem with that, assuming I can get confirmation that he can log on right now.
That's the best I can do.
this just
Is that
feels
correct?
like
That's the best
like
I
a
can do.
skit. Am I wrong?
I understand.
Okay.
Why does it feel so weird?
Could you-
This doesn't feel like real life. This feels like a bunch of people that don't know what they're doing. No disrespect to
expecting,
anybody. Just doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel like a
Maggie
trial.
Mobley, who's the morgue clerk, she should be getting here any moment.
You want to slip her in first?
Yeah, if she gets here in the next minute or two, it would
All right.
be no
Yeah, we
problem.
could, Your Honor, we can also start with Chelsea Gibson. We've been trying to accommodate Dr. Ulmer. She is out of town
Right.
and all the things. And so that's why now. But we have we can start Chelsea Gibson, but I think she's going to be along with.
I don't know if you would.
That's better for us because we get more time to be able to, and that's, yeah, that is what we.
How many
When you
lawyers
say
does she
start,
have,
though,
dog? 5?
We would not be able to get her direct completed before lunch, correct?
We will not.
Would we be able to do Ms. Gibson, understanding we need to interrupt direct during lunch and cross her and then get Dr. Ulmer on and off today?
That's the
That's the
state's
concern.
concern, is that crosses have been tending to take longer than direct.
They take what they take, sure.
And I can't say that. I mean, if we were to start Chelsea Gibson,
Let's not do that.
I'd rather not.
My sense is that that's a self-inflicted wound. So, how close is Mr. and Ms. Mobley?
Ms. Mobley, I'll go back out and check.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break. We'll see what percolates during that 5 minutes. Okay, very good.
I don't even know what to say right now other than I feel like I'm not watching court. I feel like I'm watching some kind of skit. This is zero disrespect towards anybody. I'm just being honest with you. Very weird vibes in there. Very, very unprofessional is the word I would think of too. I don't know how to explain it. Obviously, Lori was not professional by any means, but it just feels weird. I don't know how to explain it. Everybody's just standing there like they don't know, like this. That did not feel like real life. That felt like this is a skit. No one knows what they're doing. We're having little outbursts from the lawyer being like, "Well, it's there now." Like that's just stuff you don't. I just don't understand that. Like, I feel like court is the most etiquette that you're supposed to have possible. That would be the place where you have the most etiquette and the most. I don't know. This is very weird. I feel weird. I know I'm having all these issues with my meningitis, but I feel weird over this. And I understand, though, we have to understand this. Maybe for them, this is because it's a high-profile case. They've never been in this situation before. I don't know. Maybe that's the point here. Maybe that's why they feel so awkward. Maybe they don't know how to act. Maybe they don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's the only thing I can think of. Maybe they're nervous. But it looks like she has 5 lawyers. It's crazy, right? Yeah, The Office. It feels like I'm watching something that is not real life. Everybody is super chill. And again, this is no disrespect. I really mean this within zero disrespect. But to see people, this father and husband is gone. We're trying to find out if he overdosed himself, which I don't think is as likely, or if was killed. It's a big deal. Give me 1 second. I'm still here, so give me 1 second. All right, guys. Well, I am just, I don't know. I just feel very uncomfortable with the environment. It's no disrespect to everybody, you know? It's just like, I don't want to sit here and try to act like I know everything about court, but just weird, man. Just a weird vibe in there. I'm trying to read body language just because it's natural at this point. And honestly, I feel like Kouri almost looks like a little sad, but also kind of blank. Now, this is what you do a lot of times when someone's on, you know, trial for murder. I feel like you look in their eyes and you kind of see, are they cold? Do they have any emotions? Do they feel anything? Do they have anything there? And honestly, I just feel like, I don't know, there's something there a little bit. She has a little bit of humanity there for sure. That's what I read. But very, very weird. This whole thing feels weird. That's all I'll say. I don't know why it feels so weird, but it does. Yeah, she looks bored. Here's the thing. This is why we're covering this trial, right? I'm a dad. But not only as a dad, as the son and family member of a dad who was taken for his money, it's one of those things where the world is getting to that point where people, rather than doing the practical thing, they'll do the most heinous thing, take someone's life for $1, or come in and ruin, take a father from his children. 3 children now do not have a father and probably will not have a mother, and at least haven't had a mother for a while now anyway. All because you don't want to get a divorce. Or you'd want money so bad that you know if you get a divorce, you won't get the life insurance, to take someone's life for their life insurance, man. It almost makes life insurance like a danger to have. It almost makes you not want to have life insurance. Because it's like, okay, well, at least I don't have a monetary, you're not going to get a monetary gain if you take my life. You know what I'm saying? We're getting to that point where people are going to stop wanting life insurance. This is one of many, many cases where people have tried to get life insurance from a spouse that they are in a split relationship. You know, I got to know this. I have a couple questions that I have not seen answers to yet. Give me 1 second. But regardless, I want to say one of the other things is to remind everyone that the entire family and children are now missing. Someone that they love is gone forever. That's always going to be the number one. See, the fentanyl lace sandwich is the thing that gets me the most right now. That's what's getting me on Valentine's Day of 2022. All right, well, we're back.
Are we ready for the jury?
I am, Your Honor.
Mr. Ramos? Yes, Judge. Okay, we invite the jury in, please.
What about her boyfriend? Whoa, zoom out, brother. Okay. Hit the zoomer.
Okay.
Yeah, she does. She has the blank stare too, though. See her eyes? I don't think I've seen her blink. I swear my life, she has not blinked. That's just my observation, but I have not seen a blink. That's not normal.
Thank you.
This guy kind of seems pretty chill, to be honest with you.
All right, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness.
Yes, the state would call Maggie Mobley.
Ms. Mobley, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
All right, here we go.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you. Ms. Mobley, can you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Maggie Mobley, Mobley.
Are you employed, Ms. Mobley?
Yes.
How?
I am employed with the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
In what capacity?
Right now, I'm a medical examiner's assistant.
Okay. Do you know a term morgue clerk?
Yes, that is what I was in 2022.
Oh, okay. So it's a different job assignment, not a
Yes.
rotating one.
Mm-hmm.
Ms.
Okay.
Mobley, may I ask you just to pull the mic a little closer to you? Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
So in 2022, you were a morgue clerk.
Correct.
Could you describe what a morgue clerk does?
A morgue clerk is responsible for receiving and releasing decedents, as well as answering phone calls and the door.
I see. So, could you tell us just very briefly how a body comes in just generally, and what the procedure is?
So a case will come up in our system. We will make a folder with the decedent's information, and then transport will bring the decedent to us, and that's when we take custody of the decedent, and then we will inventory the decedent's belongings.
I see. So, you say transport. Is that oftentimes a vendor that's contracted with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, were you working on March 4th, early morning?
Yes.
March 4th? Did you receive the body of Kouri Richins on that morning?
I did.
Okay. So, walk us through. The vendor brings the
He's mic'd up,
body
bro. That's
in.
crazy.
What happens?
I've never seen that before.
I'm responsible for breaking the seal.
Okay.
As long as the body bag has been sealed, I will take a photo of the seal before it has been broken. I'll record the number of the seal and then take photos of the decedent and his belongings, inventory that on an inventory sheet before putting the decedent in a cooler.
Okay. If there are belongings, are they inside the bag or outside of the bag?
Inside the bag.
I see. And when you have belongings, do they go in the refrigerator with the
Yes.
body?
The belongings will.
The belongings will. Okay. In this particular case, can we see, it's already been offered and admitted, so 10-3.
Any objection to publishing to the jury, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the first photo I take before the seal. So that is the seal before broken. So it will be sealed on the scene,
Okay.
transported to us, and then that's the first photo I take before opening the body bag.
And did you make sure that this had not been broken
Yes.
into in a different way?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your key number from the Office of Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you break the seal?
With scissors.
Okay. And then once that's happened, what did you do in this case?
You'll open the bag. We will write down the seal number on our papers for
Okay.
our record.
This is a written checklist or a written form that you fill out?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
And then we record the clothing that the decedent would be wearing, any medications that would have come with the decedent, and any identification as well.
Okay. Did you record that in this case?
Yes.
And what did you do with the identification?
Driver's licenses, we make a copy on our copying machine, and those will stay with the folder and the
Okay.
paperwork.
How about any medications or medication bottles?
Yes, we receive those and put those in a locker as evidence.
Okay. And are those made available to the medical examiner, doctor who later
Yes,
does an autopsy?
our investigation will take custody of that, and the doctor has access to all of that information.
I see. Upon completion of the autopsy, and if it comes to a point where there's no more need for the physical body, in this case of Eric Richins, what happens next to the body?
With the body, as you mean as a morgue clerk?
Yes.
We would release to a funeral home. In this case, I am unaware.
Okay. Are the driver's license and those sorts of things released to the funeral home as well?
Yes,
Okay.
as long as they were not collected as evidence.
I see. Okay. I don't have any more questions for this one.
Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Judge. Very briefly.
Good morning, Ms. Colby.
Morning.
We've spoken on the phone before.
Mm-hmm.
Just to get clarification, it was unclear to me in the way the question was asked. When you receive the body, the medications are inside of the bag, correct?
Correct.
And I imagine they're in a separate bag?
They would be in either a paper bag or a plastic bag.
And do you open that bag?
I would not,
Okay.
unless there was a driver's license in the same bag.
And in this case, do you remember if they were separate?
I'm unsure.
Okay. But you knew they were medications?
Yes.
And I imagine the reason, or just tell me the reason how you knew they were medications.
They're in the photo. You
Okay.
can see them.
And which photo was that?
Those intake photos.
Is it just the one that you just took? Or I'm sorry, the one that was just shown to you? Is there a different one?
I am responsible for taking photos when I receive the body.
Okay.
So they are with the body.
Got it. Do you remember the medications in this case specifically?
That's not my job to look.
Okay. I'm going to show you two documents, and just to her, Your Honor. And the first one, I do see I believe it's your initial or maybe even your full name. So we're going to start with that one.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell me kind of what it is?
That looks like a printout of the record that I put the medications in a locker and the chain of custody aspect of it.
Perfect. I'm going to show you another document,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Now, do you recognize what this document is?
I recognize what it is, yeah.
Okay. But you didn't do this part?
No.
Okay. 1 second. Now, is this document that you're looking at right now, is it related to this case?
Yeah, took it away.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
I'll give her one moment. You can now see.
I've never seen so much tagging.
Yes.
Okay. And
From-
is this something that's kept kind of in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. We would move to admit at this point, Judge.
No objection.
I need a number.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll put one
It'll be
on.
3006, Your Honor.
Okay, so any objection to publishing this to the jury, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor, I'll be using
don't
it
need
for
to.
Dr. Ulmer.
No, we don't need to publish it right now, but just
Okay.
as long as it's admitted.
I just need to create a descriptor for Brittany, defense D3006, entitled Report on Prescriptions Found with Body is Admitted.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down.
Thank you.
You're
Sorry,
free to
he's
go. Thank you.
distracting me. He's as big as a 2-year-old already at this point. If you saw him, he's a giant. He's in
What's next?
2T, and he is barely 1. He turned 1 in November of last year.
I'll
He's a
get
giant.
Dr. Ulmer.
Very good.
Oh, they did get the doctor. Okay.
Mr.
after Mr. gets Ms. Ulmer, may Mr. Ludwig and I approach.
Of course.
You want to talk? What do you think? Look, you want to say something? Say it right here. Look. Look. Say it. Say hi. Say hello. Alright. He's not in the mood today. He's breathing like normal. I don't know, man. This just feels really weird to me. This whole thing is just weird. And there's something about... Yeah. Yeah. There's something really weird about it. I'm seeing so many people I know in this courtroom. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many people that I know at this courtroom right now? Every time they pan around, I see somebody I know. That's weird. What the frick? Oh, dang. Relax, man. Chill, brother. You got to chill, brother.
Dr. Ulmer, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Mind bending the mic down just a little bit. Thank you. Mr. Burmester.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Pamela Sue Ulmer, U-L-M-E-R.
Ms. Ulmer, are you employed?
No, I'm retired.
In 2022, were you employed?
Yes, I was a medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
There's a term forensic pathologist. Is that what the capacity you were serving in?
That's correct.
What is a forensic pathologist?
So a pathologist is a medical doctor who has gone through all of the medical training and then done residency in pathology. For a forensic pathologist, we do additional training in forensic pathology specifically, and then we sit for boards and take all of our board certifications for both pathology and forensic pathology.
I see. So when you receive a body, just generally speaking, into the OME, what is the procedure? What happens?
So basically, I'll start at the scene because an investigator will be at the scene, and then the body at that point will get sealed in a body bag that has a seal identification number on it, goes through the zipper pull so that it can't be tampered with while it's being transferred from the scene to the office. Once it gets to the office, then it's brought in and documented by a morgue clerk who's going to put various information into the computer, identifying information and stuff. We used to actually open the body bag at that time and take an identification photo, and then the body would go into the cooler. But I believe we changed our policy though, so that at the time that this event was going on, the body bag was still sealed when it went into the cooler, and it wasn't unsealed until we would start the autopsy examination.
I see. So did you perform an autopsy on the body of a person named Kouri Richins on March 5th of 2022?
I did.
Do you recall about what time that began?
I don't have any paperwork with me, but it was around 7:30 in the morning.
I see. You very briefly went into your education. Could you give us a brief description of your education to become a forensic pathologist?
Sure. So medical training is a 4-year degree. I specifically went to an osteopathic school, but whether it's an osteopathic or an allopathic school, it's the same type of training. So I did my medical school at Des Moines University in Iowa. Then I went on to do my pathology residency training at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. So that's typically either a 3-year or 4-year program, depending on what you're doing. For me, because I was going into forensic pathology, I opted to do 3 years of pathology and then 2 years of forensic pathology training to take care of all of my residency and fellowship training.
I see. So after all your training, where did you go next?
So I did my fellowship. The first year of my fellowship was at King County Medical Examiner's Office in Seattle. And then at that point, I still had 1 more year of training that I needed to do, but I got hired on at the Medical Examiner's Office in Salt Lake City. And so we coordinated so that my first year at the office would also count as my 2nd year of forensic pathology training.
I see. Did you stay on then after that year?
I did.
Okay. How long did you serve then, the Utah Medical Examiner?
So I started my employment there in July of 2009, and I retired January 1st of 2023.
That 2009 is including that year of
training, yes.
Yes, okay. Are you, or at the time, were you certified by any certifying board?
Yes, so I was certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology by the Board of Pathology.
Were you a member of any professional organizations?
Over the years, I've been a member of a variety of pathology-related and forensic pathology organizations, including the National Association of Medical Examiners, as well as the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
Have you ever testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Multiple times.
Okay. Do you have a ballpark figure for how many times?
You know, I don't have my case log anymore, so a lot of it was preliminary hearings for various cases, and then as well as doing like other types of cases. So maybe about between 75 and 100 times for all of my testifying.
When you do an autopsy, first of all, what is an autopsy, I guess?
So it's an external and internal examination of the body. So we're basically looking for why the person died. We do an external examination describing any unique features of the body. In a forensic autopsy, we also describe like the clothing, any identifying features like the color of the eyes, any tattoos, anything like that, because we need to know who the person is as well as why they died. So all of those items get documented. Additionally, any like scars or anything like that to show any prior medical procedures or injuries. Any injuries that they might have sustained, whether it's bruising or gunshot wound or anything like that. And then once all of the external items are documented, then we start on the internal examination. So we'll do a Y-shaped incision on the chest. Skin gets reflected as well as the fat and muscle. And then we can see the rib cage. The rib cage will get removed. Then we're looking at all of the organs in the chest and abdomen. So those all get examined in the body, and then they're removed and weighed to see if they look normal and whether they're of normal weight or within range of normal weight. And then we do the same thing with the head. We'll make an incision across the top of the head, reflect the scalp, and cut the skull off so that we can look at the brain in place and then remove the brain and look at it out on the table and weigh it. Everything is sliced so that we can make sure there's no natural disease on the inside that would explain why they're dead. Like if a person had a stroke, you might see that in their brain. If they had a heart attack, we might see a blood clot in their heart, or there might be muscle deterioration. So a lot of different things that we can examine and document to explain why the person is dead. We also draw different blood samples, urine sample, gastric contents. We're looking at all of that so that A, we can see what it looks like, and B, so then we can retain it for toxicology purposes.
I see. So you go through, it sounds like you go through these methodically, like system by bodily system.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the standard in your field?
It is.
You mentioned also that you take samples, blood, gastric, etc. Do you always analyze those, or is that just by case by case?
Some items are case by case. We'll routinely do toxicology analysis on blood and vitreous fluid. So that allows us to screen for common things, and then we can determine whether an expanded panel is needed or other testing. Since this case was during the COVID era, pretty much everybody was getting swabs so that COVID PCR could be done. And then there's other microbiological cultures that might be performed on a case-by-case basis, as well as other types of laboratory testing for, say, like potassium level or something like that. So it depends on why we think the person might have died to answer those questions.
Do those samples get sent out to other labs, or are they examined internally at the medical examiner's office?
They get sent out to other laboratories.
I see. You talk now about generally the procedure. Is that what you followed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. With identification, you mentioned right off the bat is an important thing. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes. So obviously at the scene, because he was at his residence, his wife was able to identify him. But we also look at photographic identification, meaning driver's license, and we can compare that to the individual to make sure that they look like their photo. So that's, if it's a case where there's additional identification needed, because maybe we don't know who they are and they don't have any identification with them, then we can do fingerprint analysis, or we have to go further, we can do DNA analysis.
But you didn't have to in this case.
No.
So do you have a worksheet or something that you use as you go along and write information, such as the time and the seal number and all those things?
Yes, there's an autopsy worksheet.
Okay. Can I show to the witness State's Exhibit 10-4? Do you see that up there?
Yes.
Could you, do you recognize it?
So it's a body diagram
Okay.
showing notes that I made during the autopsy.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate copy of that worksheet?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-4.
had defibrillator pads that were on him. There was really no evidence of injury. EKG pads were also present, and I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, was there blood present externally on his face?
There was.
Can you explain that?
So, in cases of potential drug overdose, it is not unusual for opiate overdoses specifically to have pulmonary edema. So you've got foaming of the mouth coming from the lungs. And then in addition to that, then when you're receiving CPR and you have that intrathoracic pressure that every time a compression is made, that's contributing to the lung injury. And so it's not unusual to have blood seeping out with that fluid from just the vasculature of the lungs. But in addition, when somebody gets intubated, there's a risk that they might get mouth injury or they might get other injury just when the tube is being inserted. And so with that, every time you're doing a compression, you've got potentially a blood-tinged fluid that's spurting out.
I see. Did you see any evidence of injury that contributed to death during your external examination?
No.
Okay. Let's move on then to your internal examination. What is the first thing that you look at?
Well, the first thing I looked at were the ribs. He had rib fractures on the left side, on the front. I believe it was ribs 4 and 5 were fractured, which was most likely from CPR.
I see.
And then you remove the chest plate and you're looking at the heart and lungs.
Well, let's take a look then. Let's go down system by system. Did you lay those out system by system in a report that you subsequently produced?
I did.
Okay. Cardiovascular system. There's a mention here of 50% occlusion. Could you tell the jury a little bit about what that means?
So it just means that he had the beginning stages of coronary artery disease, so that the lumen of the vessels in his heart were thickened. It's usually not thought to be significant until they're at least 75% occluded or more, and this is a common finding in adult males in general and then adult women as they also age. There was no indication of any kind of coronary artery thrombus to indicate that he had a blood clot form in his heart and cause a heart attack. And so there was no damage to the heart muscle. The heart was within normal range for weight.
Okay. So that was not a cause of death?
No.
Okay. Respiratory system, you noted trachea, bronchi, foam present.
Correct.
I think you've said that was probably from CPR.
So it's probably originated from his fentanyl overdose.
I see. Okay.
CPR can also cause pulmonary edema, but since he had no return of circulation during this CPR process, the majority of that fluid and that foam probably originated from the drug overdose, but CPR can still contribute to it.
I see. Okay. Pleural surface small tan white nodules.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So on the surface of his lungs, he had these little tiny white nodules all over, which are little granulomas. I looked at them, so I In addition to removing all of the organs, I also did histologic examination on the main organs, which means I took a little piece of tissue so that it could then be cut very thinly and then stained and looked at under the microscope.
And did you look under the microscope at these?
I did.
Okay.
And so you can visually see them on the lungs just looking at them grossly. There's, they were very obvious. And they're just little small granulomas that were coating the surface of the lungs.
I see. And, is there some significance in this case about those?
There is, because his history, his work employment history, he was a stonemason. And so all of that dust that's created when you're cutting either brick or blocks, you can inhale it if you're not wearing a respirator or a mask. And then that goes into your lungs, and your body tries to protect itself by sequestering that stuff off. And so then these little granulomas form.
I see. Did that contribute to his death?
I don't believe it did. He had the granulomas present. He also had a small amount of pleural fluid present associated with these, but it wasn't significant enough. There wasn't like scar tissue that it was in his lungs that was preventing him from breathing or anything like that. So I felt like it did not contribute to his death.
I see. Did you note anything about his liver and biliary system, biliary?
From my recollection, the liver was normal. There was no surprises there.
Okay. What did you note, if anything, about the digestive system?
Again, I don't have any notes in front of me, but he had about 700 milliliters of pink fluid that also had like food particles in it that were partially digested. Some of that was retained and saved for toxicology purposes.
Did you have a discussion with Brianna Peterson from NMS about the volume that you measured from the gastric?
I may have. I don't recollect it.
I see. Do you have any idea about the pink coloration? Was that from anything that you're aware of, or?
No.
Is it okay? Urogenital system.
Okay.
Was there anything? Did you note anything?
Kidneys looked fine. Bladder looked fine. The genitalia all looked normal within limits. So.
Reticuloendothelial system.
So that's referring to more like your organs, like the spleen or lymph nodes, things that have to do with immune response. And he did have, so when you have those types of granulomas in the lungs, it's not unusual for the lymph nodes surrounding the lungs to also have the same kind of stuff in them and also have granuloma formation. And I did see that when I did histology on those lymph nodes in that area.
I see.
Otherwise, the spleen and everything looked normal.
Okay. Endocrine system? Was there anything that you
Just so you guys know, it's very laggy. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the feed or what, but.
Musculoskeletal system, anything?
Other than the rib fractures, it was all normal.
I see. Now you mentioned you sent some samples out to histology. Did you receive those things back and look under the microscope yourself later?
I did. For part of them I did. Part of them were examined, I guess, at the state lab. So let me clarify. So we did microbiology testing of the lungs, which you just collect a swab. And so each lung was swabbed and sent to the lab. We had that tested for bacterial infection as well as fungal infection and then TB infection. And that was significant because we had all of these granulomas in the lungs, as well as he'd recently had a history of having COVID. And so just to confirm that there was no active infection going on that I could document that was causing those granulomas, like TB, for example, or any kind of fungal infection, all to explain what was going on in the lungs. And the only thing that I saw, again, was the granulomas that were due to his work history. In addition, I did special stains to confirm that there were no fungal elements present and that there were no significant changes to the lung tissue, as well as the heart and the liver.
That
and
fungus is
kidneys.
no joke, bro. It'll kill you.
I did see the granulomas in the lungs and those lymph nodes.
So absolutely no fungal infection in the lungs?
No.
Mine's in my lungs, bro. It's not a joke.
And to clarify, that was not by culture, that was only by looking at the stain. So,
Did you, we'll get to that, I guess, in just a minute. I guess with histology, you also sent out liver samples, epiglottis, or was this just part of your internal exam? Maybe I mixed that up.
I think I did submit a section of the epiglottis, and I'm not sure whether that was specifically because he had a history of allergies that was reported.
The
and
OD
just to confirm
is the
that
poisoning,
there was
in
no
my opinion.
evidence of anaphylaxis.
And was there?
The tissue was denuded, but I did not see any evidence of histamine release granules that were in the tissue itself, so I can't. It did not appear that anaphylaxis was an issue.
The thing is, if she overdosed him, that is the poisoning, but it's with fentanyl.
Did you send out samples or send out samples to the health department for disease and fungal cultures?
So I did for the bacterial cultures, I did for the TB stain or the mycobacterium stain, and yeah, I don't have the autopsy report in front of me, so I can't answer a lot of this stuff.
Would it be helpful to look at your report?
It would be, yes.
Basically, they're trying to prove the point that there's no way he just died from something external. They have to prove that, obviously, because we need to prove whether he was overdosed. If he overdosed, which is what the consensus is, but overdosing and being killed by being overdosed are two different things. One is an overdose, and one is a murder. This is weird, man. So can someone tell me, because I have been trying to research, someone tell me about the living situation. Tell me about the living situation. I can't find that.
Familiar to you?
Yes, this is the report that was generated by myself after the autopsy examination was performed on Mr. Richins.
Can you find the portion of your report where you're talking about disease, the samples that you sent to the public health lab?
So for the public health lab, we did an auramine O stain, which is a special stain that they do looking for acid-fast bacteria, and that's to help rule out tuberculosis, which again would be something that would cause that type of granuloma pattern on the lungs. And that was negative as reported by them because they observed it. I did not look at that particular slide. In addition, we did bacterial cultures, again, on the right and left lung. Those grew up multiple organisms, and when I see that, usually what it means is it's just normal flora from the respiratory tree, and then as you are dead, these organisms just continue to grow inside your body, and so you will see more of them show up with these postmortem cultures. If the person was dead from a specific bacterial infection, say like streptococcal pneumonia or something like that, you should predominantly just see the streptococcal bacteria and not all of this other stuff quite as broadly. So that just looked like postmortem change. And then we did a blood bacterial culture, which also, it came back no growth, and so there was no evidence of any kind of sepsis. The COVID swab for SARS-CoV-2, which is the organism name, that was positive. So he did test positive for COVID, and my understanding is that he had been sick with COVID-like symptoms, more of like a cold, recently prior to his death. But at the time of autopsy, he did not show any evidence of like pneumonia that we would normally see for someone who's dying from COVID.
Your Honor, there's a good little portion left. I wanted to know, based
He
on
did not
time, if
pass
this
away from
is-
COVID.
Could we break and return to Dr. Ulmer, or would it be?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No, that everybody would like that.
Okay. I need you to sit tight for just a moment, if you don't mind. Folks, let's take a lunch break. We have lunch for you. It's 12:10.
What do you got?
Why don't we come back at 12:45? Is that agreeable, counsel?
Here's to the state.
Well, that's soon.
If I may, we could get up just a little bit longer. Let's get to the issue that we're dealing with the expert.
No problem. 1 o'clock?
I'll take anything.
1 o'clock, baby.
Okay. 1 p.m. We'll be back on the record. I appreciate it. Please stand for the jury.
It's crazy, bro. I literally know like 6 people in this courtroom right now, too, in the back. That's weird to see everybody like that. Okay, so let's talk for a second before we go to lunch for them, give them a break. We'll keep our stream up for the day, guys, just so you know. I want to see what you guys are saying.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. Dr. Ulmer, during the break, you are still proverbially on the stand, so please isolate yourself. Please don't interact with anyone. If you need to go get a sandwich or something to eat, that's fine. But please do not interact with anyone, especially not any attorneys or investigators. Can you live with that? I just need a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. If you would be back.
Why does it feel so
ready to
weird?
take the stand again by 1, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Counsel, anything else on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Very good.
I have a
Court's in
question.
recess. Thank you.
Why is it so weird in here, bro? What the frick? All right, so let's talk about this. It's really to have the fentanyl sandwich is what's stopping me from believing at all that he overdosed, because all right, overdose himself. Okay, an overdose is a self-inflicted. Okay, that's different. Very different than being killed by someone else. Someone else overdosing you is murder and poisoning. Overdosing on a drug yourself is very different. It's taking too much. So we're at a point here where there's no middle ground. That's why they have to do this. What we always talk about with court is the foundation. Remember that the jury does not know anything about this case and has no idea if someone was killed or not. And so we have to spend a lot of time explaining to the jury that, well, he didn't die from COVID. He didn't just pass away. He didn't roll over and just, he was obviously died from fentanyl. The question is, how did she administer the fentanyl? to the lethal dose? That's my question. Because if you even have a prescription, you'd have to force feed someone however many pills, which you can't just make someone take 10, 15 pills. So obviously it was ingested in some other way or inserted in some other way, which would mean to me that it was either injected or put into water/food. It was turned into liquid of some kind and administered that way. Also, him being gone for a long time, going into a state of stiffness and coldness, as we've talked about in other cases, as you know, means that he was gone for a good minute. This was not something that just happened. That's why I was asking you guys. Exactly, Kristen. Overdose is not always intentional. I mean, I would say most of the time it's not intentional. Most of the time, I don't think that it was on purpose. An overdose usually is just too much for your system to handle. But that's the problem is there's a big difference between him making a mistake and overtaking some medication and then his estranged wife taking his life. Those are two different things, and collecting insurance money and then writing a book about grief and all of that stuff. Tess, you did bring up about the LDS thing. I didn't really think about the LDS thing as much until, I just assume a lot of people in Utah, like I would say a really high percentage. I would say 80 to 85% of people in Utah are LDS or have LDS ties. So that's not something that's ever going to surprise me that they're LDS, but it is what it is. It's not looking good for her that he'd been gone for so long before she called. Well, that's the point. I was asking if you guys know the living situation. Well, how was she in the house? They were still living together with their kids, but they were going to get divorced. She had a boyfriend. Like, I'm just trying to figure out the living situation here. I don't understand that part. But we already had an attempt with the fentanyl in the sandwich and him having an allergic reaction to that. So this was an attempt to do that. But this is just cold blood. I'm taking your life. There's no, from what I see, there's no religious aspect here. This is purely about, see, here's the thing that happens. Let's talk about this. This is what our culture is starting to see. Relationship isn't working out. So one or the other, yeah, I'm assuming they still live together. That's got to be what it is. But, whoa. I did not know he was going to pop up like that. Relationship doesn't work out. And instead of getting the divorce and going through that process, it becomes about money. And then you add in another person. This is where cheating becomes very, very difficult and things start to escalate. And here's why. I feel like once you go to that realm, whether you're with another person, your life, you're attaching to someone else during a heartbreak, during a breaking of a relationship. And so with that other person, you're bringing in a very open wound into a new relationship, which is unfair to that person, by the way. I'm not condoning cheating, by the way, by any means. I'm just saying that to have a boyfriend, to add in that other person, it seems to push people over the edge. And I've seen it a lot. What happens is somebody comes into their life and the cheating aspect or the other person seems to like cause that I have to be with you and I want to get out of this now. And the only way out of this now is instead of getting a divorce and going through the process and going through all that, I'm just going to take a life and I'm going to get that money and I'm going to bring that money to us. They removed the book off Amazon. Well, why don't they remove Chad's books? I swear that motherfucker. Here, let's do this. Let me look. See if it's still on here. You ready for this? Look at this. By Chad Daybell. Edge of Heaven, Chad Daybell. Still on here. It's got 3.7 stars. Fast, engaging, and super interesting to read. 1 star, and that's generous. This is not a novel. It's 200 pages of self-aggrandizing apocalyptic fan fiction written by a man who genuinely believed that he was a prophet receiving direct revelations from God about the end times. The prose is wooden and the... Oh, this is a long thing. Very good background. I feel like this is him. Melanie A. 2017. Oh, that doesn't fit the timeline. What are we doing in life? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This is insane. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up on the screen. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up for you. Where's the one I just saw? Edge of Heaven. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy. Living on the Edge of Heaven. From Christy. Appreciated the Chad to approach life to his near-death experiences, reading his story, and is connected to a few very things for me. Oh no, get out of there, Christy. 2018. Chad shares his incredible life story, his near-death experiences. Catherine Adamson gave it a 5-star. I don't believe that. Great book from Musical Fam. That's probably one of his kids. How much you want to bet? Nut Job. From 2022, of course you say that. You actually took the time to freaking give him a real rating here. Anyway, I know that was a little wild. Little off track here. They're still selling Chad Daybell's books. How's that fair? Take that off the internet. This is why we threw a big fit over his letters, and I'll tell you why. And I don't want to make this whole thing about Chad and Lori, just so we are clear. But if someone like that writes a book, and you know that that book is what led to the next person finding a cult, it should be removed by the platform. I don't even understand how that's possible. Yeah, Musical Fam, I know is someone from his family. I guarantee it. I bet almost every positive review on there is from him with a fake profile or family members with fake profiles. I guarantee that. There is no way somebody found those books that great. Even Lori. But I think the platform itself has a responsibility to get rid of that. That's my personal opinion. Because it's not just that. Look. There is more books about it, but there's a few Chad Daybells. There's a few Chad Daybell books on here. So, that's scary, bro. That is scary. Amazon there writing reviews. Music Fam, this is life-changing book. I just question this. Okay, so let's think about this. From her perspective, I always try to play this game, and then we'll break for lunch. You guys can go do something else and pop back in a little bit. But think about from her perspective. She takes her husband's life, gets his money, has her boyfriend, and then goes on to write a book about grief that is specifically for the children who are grieving. But you took the parent. I understand that we can't make a consensus here until we know all the evidence, but I'm just trying to think from her perspective. I also am watching her. She's interesting. I feel like she's right in the middle for me. She doesn't look like cold-blooded lizard, just ice in her veins. There's something more going on, and there's a complexity in her face So that's what I notice. I don't know about anybody else, but it's just the first thought I get. There is a lot of, I don't know, her eyes kind of just like are kind of quiet, but her face isn't. Does that make sense? When you watch someone who's really nervous, you know, it's not just darting eyes or anything like that. It's the cheeks, it's the face. She seems calm, but then there's also like a sunken, something behind that I can see. But her lips do that a lot. So take that for what it is. But she's watching intently. I'm wondering if she's going to make a statement at the end of all of this. I have a feeling she will. And I want to hear what she has to say. But we have a lot of trial to get through before we get there. Well, that's the thing, Bree. We have to see that the thing is with this kind of situation, a lot of people, especially what I've seen from wives when they take their husband's life, they have pre-planned this so much. I've seen it, by the way, you know what? Let's just go across the board. When a spouse has planned this out, they've had time on time on time to prepare themselves to have maybe a possible real emotional reaction. And that's kind of like, you guys always get on me about this, but if you watch Dexter, he has to fake his emotions all the time because he's a psychopath. He doesn't feel those things. So what he does is he emulates real life emotion. And so when you see Dexter at the police station where he works, you know, he's smiling and he's handing out his donuts and he's talking and he fake laughs and he has these, you know, movements of fake emotion because he kind of looks around and kind of tries to emulate human behavior. Well, for a person like this, it's interesting because they ask, well, isn't there all kinds of different reactions when a spouse is told that their spouse is deceased? But I've seen a lot of cases like this where the spouse is on the floor crying and they're the ones that planned it for months. And I swear to you, there is almost 98% of the time, the spouse that takes the life of the other spouse already has someone else or is planning on something else with someone else. I'm telling you, that part of these cases cannot be overlooked. That psychology of having a different person and then causing harm on the ex and causing harm to come back, that's the problem. That's where this all comes in. So I feel like there's something there. There's something weird about that. When he says, I can't imagine hurting my husband even though he drives me nuts. I'd leave before I even thought about it. Exactly. And most people, and let's just make that the point. If you are having a bad relationship, leave. Do not take their life. I don't even know why I have to say this, because that should just be the societal norm that you don't hurt someone ever. You don't go to this length for some money. And how many times has this worked out very well? Okay? How many times has this really worked out long term for somebody who tries to get life insurance after taking the spouse's life? How many times? Very, very rarely. So even if you do it, you're not going to see the money. And if you do see the money, you're not going to have a life with it. So it's not worth it. Just work and make some money. It's like that video I posted on Instagram. Those bats. Go get you some money. Is it seriously that bad? You've got to take, like, that's my point. But that's the point with the psychopath thing. The psychopath thing is so intriguing to me for that sense, is like, you have to take yourself out of the normal headspace, remove yourself from the thought process of normal, and say, this doesn't go through these people's minds the way it goes through our minds, right? They really don't care. Or they're scorned and they want, there's emotions there, whatever the reason is. But they usually spend a lot of their time pre-planning this, as you can tell. So let's go back to just this trial and try to stay linear. If we just take one major detail out of this, of everything we read yesterday, the fentanyl sandwich, the sandwich that caused an allergic reaction immediately that he had gotten from her, that was probably supposed to be the first attempt, that was pre-planned for a long time. It didn't work out, and now you have to take a different course of action. It's her Google searches that are done. They got her with the Google searches. You know, her saying stuff like Googling fentanyl overdoses. Can the police find fentanyl overdoses? Come on, bro. I mean, that's as clear as it gets. Here, we're going to pull up that specific thing. Okay, so let me reread what we read yesterday, just this right here. Okay, so let's see. On February 14th, this is what his claim was. Eric told a close friend that he believed his wife tried to poison me. He told his friends that Richins left him a sandwich from a local restaurant. When he went to eat some of the sandwich, he broke out in hives. I felt like he was going to die, is what he said. According to the charging documents, Eric did not have any food allergies, prosecutors wrote, but they added that fentanyl can cause an allergic reaction. So there's no definitive proof that this was a fentanyl sandwich. But now that we know that fentanyl was the cause of death, it's not that hard to believe that she tried this situation. So then, on the 26th, Richard's acquaintance additional fentanyl. They were not strong enough. Richin called 911 at 3:21 a.m. to report her husband wasn't breathing. He was pronounced dead at 4:58 a.m. This is where I'm getting to the Googles. Okay, here it is. April 16th, prosecutors said that by April 16th, they had a cell phone, and the research on Kouri Richins' phones. What happens to deleted messages? How do police and forensic analysts recover deleted data from phones? And then signs of being under federal investigation. Okay, those were Googled. And then she also read an article titled "Cause of Death Usually Does Not Impact Life Insurance Payment." And then on the 6th of June of 22, she used her cell phone to research what is the lethal dose of fentanyl and how long do life insurance companies take to pay. And on March 23, she wrote the children's book titled "Are You With Me?" That's where we're at here. So that's what's going on. Anyway, I'll be back in just a few minutes when we get back to court. Love you guys, and I'll see you here. I'm not going to drop our feed, so you guys are good to stay here if you want to. And I'll be right back once the lunch is over.
Mr. Burmer, is there anything we need to address before inviting the jury back in?
No, Your Honor. From my perspective, Omer, no.
Mr. Ramos?
Sorry, Judge.
It's okay. Anything on the record before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're still under oath. Okay, sounds good. Have some water. Okay. We're ready for the jury. Feel free to have a seat. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Omer, when we last left off, we were talking about the results from the Public Health Department.
Yes.
Neighboring the Public Health Department is the tox lab. My understanding is there was you had sent a vitreous sample to the tox lab for testing there.
It was routine to send vitreous samples to the state toxicology lab for volatile testing, which would mean looking for various alcohols, like alcohol that you would ingest, like ethyl alcohol or methanol or other alcohols that could be determined whether that would participate in the cause of death or not.
And vitreous fluid is from the eyes?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, did you get a result back from them?
If I can get that report back, that would be helpful. But my recollection was that the vitreous fluid was negative for any type of volatiles. Yes, it's none detected for ethanol, acetone, isopropanol, or methanol.
Okay. Is there something important about vitreous versus blood with regards to alcohol that you're aware of?
Well, it's multiple things, actually. For one thing, it's kind of a sequestered area. You don't have direct blood flow to that area, so things just kind of pass through the membranes as opposed to having direct blood flow. And so it's kind of protected and it's delayed. And so like if you're comparing like a blood alcohol to the vitreous alcohol, the blood alcohol will be different than the vitreous alcohol depending on whether the alcohol is going up or going down in the intoxication time frame.
I see.
And then also because it's protected, you're less likely to have bacterial contamination of the vitreous fluid because some bacteria produce alcohols during decomposition, so you have more of this sequestered environment.
Okay, so a more perfect record, so to speak.
Yes.
So did you, you also sent out samples to NMS labs?
That's correct.
And what is NMS labs, to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
What is NMS labs, to your knowledge? I mean,
They're a reference laboratory that does toxicology testing. So they do clinical toxicology as well as forensic toxicology. And we were using them at that time for any of our more complicated cases.
I see. Okay, and so you send it, and this lab is located in a different state or something?
That's correct. I believe it's in Pennsylvania.
I see. Did you get a result from them?
I did.
And what information did you get?
So the primary information was that there was a fentanyl level of 15 and a norfentanyl level of 3.3, and those are both in nanograms per mil. Additional information that was not confirmed but still indicated presence was naloxone, caffeine, and 4-ANPP.
Okay, so, and that's from the blood samples that were sent?
Correct. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
yeah.
because we did 2 different stages of testing.
Okay.
So this was all of the blood testing, and then after I got this testing back and we decided we needed more information, then we also had testing performed on gastric contents. And the purpose of that was to, A, determine if there were any other drugs present in the stomach contents that weren't necessarily showing up in the blood test, and then B, to give an idea of where the fentanyl might be coming from, because the question would be, was it orally ingested or was it injected, or, you know, trying to narrow that down a little bit.
Okay.
And so that was part of the rationale for doing the gastric testing.
Let's stick to the blood for a minute. First of all, where did you draw the blood?
So initially they probably would have attempted to do a femoral stick, but because when you die and you start going through all of these changes that your body goes through after you're dead, the blood clots. And so I'm not sure if this was specifically what happened for this case, but they probably tried to draw femoral blood, and because it's a smaller gauge needle, because they're just going down through the skin, they were probably unsuccessful in getting any of the blood to come up into the needle or any significant amount.
When you say they, who is they?
The autopsy techs assisting on the case with the autopsy, so that we have folks who are trained to assist with the autopsies, and so they will a lot of times do the toxicology sample collection.
Okay, so it's a team.
It's a
you and these other personnel.
That's correct. Our office is way too busy to just have the doc go boom, 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 and do everything. So.
I see. And so, did whoever drew the blood from that team, where did they end up getting it from?
So they ended up having to go inside when we opened the body up, and they entered in through the inferior vena cava. and then you direct it down towards the femoral artery, because the syringe that you're using when you're collecting these samples, when you're going into the body, not through the skin, but once you're inside and actually doing it, is a huge syringe with a big long needle. So the needle itself is probably 5 to 6 inches long.
I see. So I'm not sure, femoral artery, I gather, is the legs?
You're going for the, yeah, so it's,
By your femur.
but usually when you're collecting it, when you're going through the skin, you're going in the groin area.
I see.
And so you kind of go femoral, inguinal region, and so in this particular case, you know, we weren't necessarily getting specifically femoral blood, but we weren't getting blood specifically from the inferior vena cava either. It was in that region.
Okay, so what is the inferior vena cava?
So in the body, you have arteries and veins. The arteries, generally, you're taking blood from the lungs that's oxygenated, and the heart distributes it out to the different portions of your body.
Okay.
And then the veins bring the deoxygenated blood back. And so the best source for collecting toxicology samples is peripheral blood, which is further away.
Okay.
And so when you're talking about the inferior vena cava, the leg veins come back and they connect in the middle, and this is the inferior vena cava that then eventually moves the blood back up to the heart. And so that's the process of bringing the peripheral blood then back up. And so it's still essentially peripheral blood, but you're getting closer to the major organs.
Okay, we'll talk about any problems with that in just a minute. So this quantity, you said there was, I think you said 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl?
That's correct.
Okay. As a medical examiner, is that, explain what the importance of that number is.
So what you're doing is you're taking the information that you have and you're looking and comparing it to what would be expected in someone who's not taking the drug at all. You expect not to find any. Someone who's taking it as a prescribed medication, so you expect it to be within therapeutic range. And then once you start seeing above that, then you have the potential to go into a level that would be toxic, and if it's high enough, then potentially cause death.
Okay. And in this case, the number 15 nanograms in the blood, given its location.
So with the information available to me at the time of the autopsy, the decedent did not have a history of any kind of illicit drug use or prescription medication abuse. So the fentanyl level should have been 0. There should not have been any fentanyl or norfentanyl present. The fact that I have fentanyl present tells me that fentanyl was obviously ingested at some point recent. And then if you try to manipulate from the information that's available in the toxicology report as well as other toxicology references, then there's kind of estimated therapeutic range versus toxic range versus
15 nanograms per milliliter, is that a toxic range?
in someone who is not prescribed this medication and taking it routinely, it is toxic.
And what is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So you're ingesting the fentanyl drug, and then it's being absorbed and going through the liver, and then you are having it broken down into other pieces, and norfentanyl is one of those metabolites.
Okay. And, okay. when it breaks down, like is it the body's way of getting rid of this toxin? I mean, it's breaking it down so it can get rid of it?
It could be breaking it down to be getting rid of it, or it could be breaking it down into a component that actually does the work.
I see.
So the drug that you ingest may not be the drug that's active. It might break down into other components that are active, or there might be other variables that play into it that I'm not describing very well because it's been too long since I've done this.
At some point in your at some point in this process, did you request a Doppel report? You know, the report of any prescriptions?
That was a routine process that we did on cases, just to review and see if there were things that we should be paying attention to. And in this particular case, I believe that we reviewed at least 1 year's worth of medical history, and we might have gone back even a little bit further once we saw the fentanyl present. But I don't have any further information other than just the fact that there was nothing that was seen except for some testosterone, I believe, was the only thing that we saw that was in Doppel. So they don't see all medications. I think they just predominantly see things that are classified
Schedule 1,
right,
2, 3,
right.
4. Your Honor, I'd like to just show the court and the council State's Exhibit 1-27.
One moment, please. I'll fix that, I promise. Scott, do me a favor. Would you mind unplugging and plugging back in to see if that helps?
Yes. I'm just asking, is it 300? Okay.
Mr. Burmester, the witness is currently looking at States 1-27.
Your Honor, the state would proffer that 1-27 is a self-authenticating document, and we would offer States 127.
Is there any objection? What's that? Is this a one-page document?
It should be 2 pages, Your Honor.
Scott, can I see the second page? I don't know that Mr. Ramos saw the second page. And you should take a look at the second page.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Burmester, your next exhibit or next question, please.
Yes. The, excuse me. So, did the medical examiner's office receive prescription medication bottles and or prescriptions with the body?
Yes, they did.
And so did you or your team make note of those?
Yes. There was information in the investigator's report, and then there's also a separate form that shows the inventory that would have been done by a different investigator.
Okay. Can I take a look at State's or Defense Exhibit 3006, please? I think that's been offered and admitted and published.
It has.
So
It hasn't been published yet, but.
oh, it hasn't?
No objection.
Okay. We'd ask that it be published.
Okay, one moment. There you go.
Okay. So there appears to be 5 substances. Can you, I guess they're not substances. These are taken from labels of bottles?
Yes, these are medications.
Okay. Can you, starting from the top, going down to the bottom, can we talk about those?
So there's an injectable form of testosterone, doxycycline, hydrocodone / acetaminophen, and then disulfiram and naltrexone.
Okay, so let's what is the doxycycline?
It's an antibiotic. It's a broad spectrum antibiotic.
And according to the label, when was that prescribed?
That was prescribed July 3rd of 2019.
Okay. By Dr. Peterson?
Correct.
Okay, then the next one is hydrocodone.
It was prescribed June 29th of 2016 by Dr. Charles Lind.
Okay. And hydrocodone, do you know what that is? Or
It's a pain medication. It's another opiate pain medication.
okay. Then we've got disulfiram.
Disulfiram was prescribed December 9th of 2019 by Dr. Andrew Peterson.
And does it have multiple uses?
It does. As a prescribed drug, it's commonly used for alcohol prevention. So another common name for it is antabuse. And then as an off-label use, it's used for chronic symptoms of Lyme disease.
I see. And naltrexone?
Naltrexone was prescribed August 24th of 2020 by Dr. Hunderman. Again, it's also used for helping to prevent people from drinking, and then it's also used for opiate reduction. So.
And does it have an off-label use?
It's also used for chronic symptoms or complications from Lyme disease.
And this last one was prescribed in when?
2020. It's August 24th of 2020.
And how many were prescribed according to the label?
90 pills were prescribed. There were still 88 pills that were remaining.
Now, this is probably a super dumb question, but take hydrocodone, for example. If it's old and beyond its expiration date, does it spoil, like food spoils and becomes more toxic, or not?
Not that I'm aware of. Generally what happens is that these medications tend to get less useful. They get weaker, if anything, but Pretty much for a lot of them, they're stable for a really long time.
Let's move on. You said that at some point you asked to have NMS lab examine the gastric contents.
I did.
And you published a second report?
Yes.
This is the... in case you have to, if you can't remember, oh, you've got the gastric in the main one?
I hope, well, the supplemental is attached with the original, so I've got it.
So what was tested for out of the gastric contents?
So again, it was for a complex toxicology panel that does, a wide range of drugs. And in this particular, so in the gastric contents, and I just have to be careful when I'm looking at this because they've combined both items into one report. So there was some ethanol present. That was 279 milligrams per deciliter.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a second. Does that mean there was 279 milligrams per deciliter of vodka or beer in his stomach when they tested it?
Well, it's not that simple because you have to take the volume of the gastric contents and then determine a bunch of information. So in essence, yes, per the aliquot that was measured, this is my understanding of it, that's the amount that was present in that test.
Now you mentioned before about decomposition. Is that a potential problem for this gastric sample?
It is, because you'll have bacterial contamination in the stomach, and so that could potentially create a false positive.
Is there a way to determine what is alcoholic beverage versus decomposition alcohol?
No.
Okay. What else did you receive back?
So there was a presumptive positive for acetaminophen. There was a presumptive positive for caffeine. Quetiapine, which is an antipsychotic medication, was present at 16,000 nanograms per mil. The ethanol level was confirmed. Again, fentanyl was present at 20,000 nanograms per mil. And then norfentanyl was present at 52 nanograms per mil. And acetylfentanyl was present at 29 nanograms per mil.
As a medical examiner, do those numbers mean something in particular to you?
They mean call the toxicologist.
Okay.
Basically, as a medical examiner, I can say that we know that he reportedly had a drink at bedtime, so that might explain that presence of ethanol, or it could be decomposition, either one. We know that he was not reported to be taking any medication, so then I have no explanation for the quetiapine or the norfentanyl or fentanyl or the acetylfentanyl.
You've already said if for someone who is not using fentanyl that the 15 nanograms per milliliter in the blood was potentially toxic.
Correct.
How about 20,000 nanograms per milliliter in the stomach contents?
I can honestly say, since I haven't talked to a toxicologist in over 3 years, that I would defer to them because it sounds like a lot, but without having reference ranges to go by or someone to consult, I would not jump on that bandwagon by myself.
Quetiapine, did you find any evidence that he had been prescribed quetiapine, either through Doppel or through the medicines that you looked at?
No, and I didn't see any mention of it in the medical records that I had reviewed at that time, so.
Okay. Well, that's a good point. When you made your report, were you able to come to an opinion, a conclusion?
Yes.
About cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And at that time, what was it that you were relying on to render this opinion?
So I was relying on information that was provided by family members on, how he'd been feeling or how he'd been acting. I was relying on information that was acquired by our death investigator. I was relying on information provided by law enforcement. And then I was also reviewing medical records from the physicians that I knew of that I could get records from.
Okay. In addition to your own observations of autopsy.
Right, and then in addition to,
Lab
reviewing Doppel and seeing what his history was.
Okay, so what was your opinion of the cause of death?
My opinion of the cause of death was drug intoxication by fentanyl.
In addition to the NMS labs, was there other evidence that you looked at, specifically, say for example, pulmonary edema, that corroborated the information that NMS labs provided?
Yes, he had heavy lungs and foamy edema. Like I said before, some of that could have been contributed to the CPR, but it was still quite an abundant amount that was present. So I would have a hard time excluding that wasn't also caused by the drug intoxication.
That's primarily occurs due to opioids?
Yes.
And
it can happen with other medications too that cause respiratory depression,
but there weren't any other intoxicants or medications other than fentanyl
that were prescribed or that were contributing?
That we know of. There was quetiapine found, fentanyl found.
Quetiapine can cause some sedation, but in this instance where we didn't initially see it in the blood, I don't know what to make of that since it was only seen in the gastric.
Okay. What opinion did you come to with regards to manner of death?
Could not be determined.
Okay, now let's talk about that determination is guided by a statutory scheme, is that true?
Yes, we have classifications that it's divided into, and basically it's for statistical purposes. It's not really designed for other purposes per se, and so we're limited to natural, accident, homicide. I'm just blanking here.
Suicide?
It's suicide, and then undetermined as well. And so because this investigation was still ongoing when I retired, I felt that could not be determined was the best solution for me to finish my report before I retired.
Okay. So were there some, since the investigation's ongoing, you didn't have access to certain things?
Correct.
Did you have access to the forensic examination of electronic devices?
No.
Did you have access to financial documents investigation?
No.
Okay. At some point, do you release your report to family? Or
Yes, unless there's some reason not to.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They need it for insurance purposes and just other documentary reasons.
okay. So on can we take a look at State's Exhibit 124, please?
The witness has it.
Do you recognize this?
No. Oh, it's scrolling through, so I'm.
Oh, okay.
It's a records request form.
Okay. There's some notations on it about ready for pickup and
You may need to zoom in, Mr. Burmester.
This record is from the Office of Medical Examiner, is it not?
Yes, but it's not something I would normally be looking at, so.
I see. Okay. We can, let's move on. During the course, following the death of Eric Richins, until the records were released, did you have an occasion to talk to Kouri Richins?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. And how did that, mechanically, how did that operate?
She would call and leave a message with the front office staff. The front office would leave a message on my desk, a written actual message form.
Can we see State's Exhibit 122, please?
And then I would call her back.
Okay.
Do you want her to see 122?
122.
My apologies, one moment. Witness can see it.
Okay.
Are those the slips that you received from your reception?
Yes.
Okay. And then, is it the policy of the OME to document when you talk to people, such as when you call?
Yes,
Kouri
we have a
Richins?
log form that we fill out.
Okay. I see State's Exhibit 123, please. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it would have been information that I typed in from a conversation.
Okay. On March 17th and then later, April 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Do you have an independent recollection of those conversations today?
Not explicitly, no.
Okay. So, did Kouri Richins provide you certain information in those conversations?
Yeah, she provided me a lot of health-related information, indicated that he'd had Lyme disease 2 years ago, and that he was still having problems with neuropathy, so therefore he was getting treated for that. And that's apparently a chronic problem that you can have with Lyme if it's not treated right away with antibiotics. Also indicating that he wasn't feeling well currently or right before his death, that he was not feeling well in general and his chest hurt.
Did you explain to her about the granulomas that you observed?
Yes, and so the not feeling well and chest hurt could have been part of the problem with just recovering from COVID, as well as this granulomatous lung disease that he'd had from his chronic work exposure.
Okay. Did she offer up any other information to you?
That his mom had died from a fungal infection 3 years prior.
Okay.
And so, we did fungal stains just to make sure that his lungs weren't showing any indication of fungal pneumonia. And then just the fact that, he was a stone-mason, and that's where he was getting this exposure to what I was seeing in these granulomas. So that was helpful to me because, he's cutting stone, so.
So you mentioned that you did this stain. That's part of the histology. You went back and looked for the, or was that the?
That was for the fungal organisms, yeah.
And did you exclude that?
Yes.
Okay. On April 21st, you had another conversation with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did, and I believe that I indicated that the case was still ongoing. I asked if he ever had any history of drug use, and she said, other than just using some THC gummies, he had no history of drug use. So, so that was helpful.
Never used drugs is what your note says?
Correct.
Did she talk to you about those two substances on your list, the last one?
Yeah.
ETOH tests.
Yeah, the medications that are used for helping people not to drink. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, basically he was being prescribed those medications to try and help with his chronic Lyme symptoms.
I see. Did she say he hadn't used those for a while?
Yes, that he hadn't taken any of it for 4 months.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Are we admitting 122 or 123?
The state would offer State's Exhibit 123.
Any objection, counsel?
Yeah, that's.
No, yeah, no objection.
Okay, 1-23 is admitted.
No
Mr.
further.
Ramos is witness? Okay, very good. Did one, okay, very good.
Did you introduce 122 as well, or just 120?
Just 123. We can. I have no problem with doing 123.
Yeah.
Just
Can we do 122 as well?
Okay, very good. States 1-22 is also admitted.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hi.
How's retirement? Besides today.
It's good.
Good.
I recommend it.
I'll get there one day. We talked about a lot, and I'm trying to kind of drink out of a fire hose, so I'll try to follow some semblance of a good timeline. But I want to talk about what you just left off on. You indicated chronic Lyme. Could you explain what that is?
So with Lyme disease, you can get kind of an antibody response that then also affects your body as it's trying to ward off the Lyme infection. And so you can end up with like chronic fatigue syndrome or peripheral neuropathy or things like that. Things that maybe more recently people would associate with long COVID. So,
Okay. Is it painful? Bless you.
I guess it can be.
Yeah, you guess.
Yeah, I mean, peripheral neuropathy is definitely can be painful. So some people will just have tingly pinpoint feelings. Other people, maybe they just can't feel anything. So it varies from person to person. So.
And did you gather more information about Eric's Lyme disease and the pain that he was feeling?
No, I have not had the opportunity to review any of his medical records that I reviewed 3+ years ago. So my current recollection is limited to reviewing the information that I have available to me.
That's fair. Did you confirm that he actually had Lyme disease?
No, but it was in his medical record, I do believe.
Okay. Would you have been able to, having what you had at the time, you doing the autopsy, the records you had, would you have been able to confirm that?
I don't know how long the antibodies stick around, so I can't answer that effectively.
So possibly.
Possibly, but I don't know.
Okay. You indicated that one of the, and I can't remember which one, so if you can't remember, we'll pull up the medication that was listed. You mentioned opioid reduction for one of them. Do you recall that?
That's the naltrexone.
Naltrexone. And that was found in his system, correct?
No, naloxone was found in his system. That would have been given by when they were doing CPR, so that would have been given by EMS.
So the naltrexone, that's the one he had a prescription for?
Correct.
Tell me about opioid reduction. What do you mean by that?
So for people who are chronic abusers, whether it's using too much of their prescription medication or using illegal narcotics, and when they want to stop, then they might need something else to help them stop.
Okay. And do you recall how many were left?
Of the naltrexone?
Correct. Would it be helpful to pull it up?
Yes, it would be very helpful.
Just publish it just to
I want to say it was like
the doctor.
88 out of 90. So 90 were prescribed and there were still 88 present.
And how, do you know, with the information you have, do you know how often they were, or Mr. Richins was told to take it?
If I were to go back and review the scene photos and look at the bottle, then yes.
But not with what you have?
Not with what I have, no.
Okay.
But this prescription was from 2020.
And do you know if those who are prescribed naloxone, is it something that you need to take daily, or does it vary just whenever you feel the urge, I guess?
I'm sure it's supposed to be taken on a certain time frame, but I don't know what that time frame is.
No problem. Mr. Burmester was talking to you about the blood alcohol level, or rather the presence of alcohol. I'd like to talk about that now.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned that initially there was no presence found in the initial testing, but then there was an expanded panel done, and it was at that point that it was found.
Well, it was found in a different sample.
Correct, the gastric.
So the initial testing was done on the vitreous fluid, which was negative.
And was it found in the blood?
No.
So in the vitreous and the blood, no alcohol found, correct?
Correct.
But then with the expanded one, it was the gastric, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, does that tell you in your profession, and you had mentioned earlier that maybe it's a toxicologist world, so let me know if that's the case here, that does it tell you, those two things that you have, or I guess three, blood, vitreous, right, and then gastric, Does it tell you kind of chicken before the egg, which one was ingested first? Can you tell me that?
I can tell you that there was no measurable intoxicant related to alcohol that was in his blood or vitreous.
And with your knowledge, if it's in your gastric, does that indicate timing-wise whether that was first and then it goes to the blood?
If it's from ingestion, I would say possibly. If it's from bacterial decomposition, then it doesn't tell us much.
Okay. And did you do any I don't know, additional tests or studies to try to determine that in this case?
No.
Okay. Was that asked of you?
No.
Okay. At any point, was it asked to determine whether or not the fentanyl was taken along with alcohol?
These are questions that I would not be able to answer because I don't think that they are answerable.
Okay. Actually, I'll go back to that. Let's go to the, was it 122, the calls, the messages, Katie? Can you just show that to just the witness judge? And page 2, please. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I mean, it's a typical note that we would get.
And this is one that was addressed to you?
Correct.
At the very bottom, there's a signature. Is that yours?
Yes, it says the call was returned on March 17th of 2022.
Perfect. Could we go to the case notes, Katie, for that same day, please?
It's over here.
123, you can do it.
She has it as well.
Sorry, I didn't know it was published. What's in front of you, is that for the March 17th that you returned that call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the case, is it called the case log, case notes? What would that?
Same thing.
Same thing. Is that automated?
Is it automated?
In terms of the, let me be more specific. Is
No,
it
I have to type it in.
But in terms of the time and date?
No,
It's not automated.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't know for a fact.
Okay.
Could we just do a?
Yeah. Could we not call it out? Yeah. So there you have a full view of what I see as case notes, case log, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so you can see that on the top, it has a date, time, doctor, and I guess who's calling. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, I know you're retired, whether you would have inputted that information, not the contents of it?
I believe I certainly would have entered the date and time. So yes, I think I would have entered that.
Okay. And
Because generally I would try and enter these as soon as I was done with the phone call. It didn't always happen in that fashion because I'll usually make paper notes and then, because you can't remember everything and you're not recording the phone call. So
correct. So when you get to the point where you are inputting it, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of inputting that information is that whoever's working on that case can have the information that you have.
As far as investigators and stuff?
Sure.
Sure, but mostly it's just a documentation of what happened.
That day?
Yeah.
Okay. And it seems like whenever calls were made to you, you did a pretty good job of summarizing what was discussed.
Yes, it was more for my recollection maybe than anybody else's.
Correct. And with that, kind of like you said, you were trying, or you indicated we. I imagine your team, correct?
Yes.
Does that include anybody outside of the Office of Medical Examiner?
No.
Okay. So people at the Office of Medical Examiner working on this case, notes for you to try to determine what the manner or cause of death is going to be in this case. Fair?
Correct.
And as people are calling you to get information, you're uploading all the contents of those calls, correct?
Yes.
And you do that with every call?
You try to do it, but sometimes you might be someplace, you might be in a situation where you can't. Like if, for example, when I was in the process of retiring, I might not be working from the office. I might be working from someplace else, and it just may not be feasible to do it because I might be making phone calls on my personal phone, for example.
Sure.
So.
And so in this case, you did get a note that Ms. Richins called on March 17th, and then you did speak with her that day, correct?
Yes.
And then you put that information in there.
Yes.
And in that discussion, you talked about the lungs and how Eric's mother had died previously, correct?
Yes.
And I want to get the timing right. Mr. Burmester asked you about the fungal testing that you had done. Was that before or after this call?
I'm sure it was before, because since I already knew they were granulomatous lungs, I wanted to look at what might be causing that problem.
Okay, and when did you get the results back from fungal?
Well, when did I get the slides back?
Yeah, when did you determine that the fungal...
I can't say for sure when I reviewed the slides.
So it could have been before or after this call?
Well, I wouldn't have been able to review them until they were back.
Right.
So I don't know the timeline on that.
Okay.
It would have required special stains, which I think I did order up front. But I'm not sure that I have that information in front of me.
You discussed the NMS labs and how you had sent out, or your team had sent out for further testing. The expanded lab, is that, or the expanded panel?
Yes.
Okay. Can we pull that up? Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw a couple of these during Mr. Burmester's direct examination, correct?
Yes. One for the blood toxicology and then one for the gastric toxicology. Yes.
Okay. And now we're just clicking through all of these fairly fast. I just want. Do you remember how many pages you received back from NMS labs?
What I see is what's in the autopsy report.
Okay, so let's pause there, Katie. So with the NMS labs, the only document that you received was just that one? The one that's in your...
The one that's in the original report, and then the one that's in the supplemental report.
Okay, and those are the only ones you received from NMS?
That's what I received, yes.
Okay. If you could highlight, Katie, for the doctor, the page number at the bottom for the last page. Can you see that, doctor?
Yep.
And how many pages is that?
999.
Now, you had mentioned earlier toxicologist. As she was clicking through all of these, I think there's graphs and everything. Is that something that's more suited for a toxicologist to be able to interpret what's in those documents?
For this extent, yes, yes.
Okay. So I won't ask you any questions on that.
Okay. I've never seen one of these before. It's
That's good. Would have been an awkward cross-examination. No, we talked about that. I'd like to talk to you about I think it was before the lunch break. You talked about the anaphylaxis, kind of like a reaction. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you talk to me a little bit more about that? I want to make sure I understand that.
So he had a history of allergies, just a broad history.
Right.
And I don't really know how much information I had, and I don't know whether I was more concerned about the COVID or about the allergies when I put that section in of the epiglottis. But for people who have chronic allergies and who are known to carry EpiPens around, then that's always something that you're concerned about.
Okay, and so what is it that you found exactly?
I found nothing of interest. It was just normal inflammation, and I didn't find any histamine response that would be of concern with anaphylaxis. So you have cells that release the histamine, and that's what causes you to have the throat swelling or whatever response you have when you have these severe allergy reactions. So.
And the allergy reactions, they could be for plants or trees?
Yeah, I mean, the one that we classically see is for peanuts.
Peanuts. Medication?
Could be. There's really only a couple of things that I've actually seen it for in the office. Peanuts is one of them, and maybe another thing would be like for like an antibiotic.
Like penicillin?
Yeah.
What about opioid drugs?
No, I've never seen that.
You've never seen it? Does it exist?
I don't know, but it possibly could. I mean, there's always going to be somebody who's allergic to stuff, but I've never seen it, so I can't answer intelligently about it.
That's fine. If somebody were to have been, I'm allergic to, well, I shouldn't say this. It's fine. If somebody's allergic to a medication, and it would come up, right? And so that medication or that nut allergy, you would think that you would see it every time that individual ingested whatever that was.
No.
So a nut allergy could happen once and not again.
Could happen. Usually what happens is it doesn't happen, and then all of a sudden it happens. I mean, it's going to vary, and this is, again, getting a little bit out of my realm,
That's
but
fine.
You may have a mild response to it, but you never know when you might have a maximum response to it. But the range of drugs or whatever that would cause that type of reaction are beyond my purview, and so.
So you can't say sitting here today that fentanyl causes an allergic reaction in anybody?
I cannot. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I can't say it does.
If it had, you would have seen it here?
I don't know what type of allergic reaction it would cause. Not all things that cause. So most of the medications that your doctor says you're allergic to, it's just that it didn't work for you. Like they'll switch you from your one high blood pressure medication because now you've got a cough.
Okay.
And so they're saying, well, we need to put you on a different one. And it may not be that you're allergic to that medication. It may just be that that medication either A, isn't working for you, or you have a side effect to it that's undesirable. And so when you have all of these things that you're listed in your medical record that says allergies, it may not really be an allergy. It's just where they document that stuff.
Understood. The food particle that was, you indicated that you saved it. Is that correct? Food particles?
The gastric contents?
And the gastric contents, correct.
We saved a portion of it.
Okay. And did you locate any THC gummies in there?
Nope.
Okay. Did you look for them? I should have asked that first.
I'm sure they would have melted by then.
That's fair enough.
And there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis either. I don't know that I would have had to order that specifically. I can't remember.
Okay, fair. Can we pull up the... Can you, may we publish, Judge? Just to doctor.
So we're going to show the witness this document. Okay.
And can you see that, doctor?
Yes.
The time of death, that is, you are referring to the time that it was called, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Richins actually passed, do you know?
No.
Okay. So the time of death is just the time it was called?
That's correct. We have limited information that we can go by, last known alive time, and when CPR was performed, once they stopped performing it. And if there's no obvious information in between, there's maybe some soft factors that we can use to kind of narrow it down. But typically, I'm going to go by last known alive time and when his time of death was called by EMS or in the emergency room or wherever.
Okay.
Back, baby.
Another possible explanation would be time found. So those are the three kind of guidelines.
Okay. And now, with what you have there in front of you, I want you to just review that real quick.
We in a stew, baby. I liked messaging you guys, though, too, because I can really, really see everything you say.
Do you recognize both pages of the document in front of you?
Yes, this is the form that when you request a death certificate, this is what it looks like.
Okay. And is that the final one?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit.
Feel all right. Obviously still worried. It just, what happens is you're sitting there and then all of a sudden you just feel numbness somewhere in your body, whether it's your hand, and then you know, there's a freak out. Because if you've ever had a stroke before, you know how serious they are. Even a TIA.
Mr. Burmester, defendants 1088.
We do not object.
Okay. Defendants 1088.
So when you feel that in your leg or your arm or your face.
Yes, Judge. Second page.
So it's you try to stop a panic attack first. Then you have to deal with what's going on. But I've been all right.
So this is a certificate of death here, correct?
Correct.
And now the information that's contained in it, this was, I don't know, like for a better word, you signed off on it.
Yeah, we do a preliminary death certificate initially. Just you have to have a death certificate of some form in order to initiate a lot of things that occur after death for, you know, the funeral home and whatnot. So we'll do a preliminary one that's basically just says pending.
Okay.
And then once we determine what the cause and manner of death are, then we amend it.
Okay. Let's go to the second page if we could do a call out.
Thank you, guys.
And so this is the pending on that first line, correct?
Yes.
Now, the amendment, it seems to just track the same day. I imagine that's not obviously how it went. Maybe this was internal. Could you just help explain that? Is that just when the amendment was?
That's the amendment when that was done, yes.
Okay. Now, initially, the immediate cause of death was pending, as you said, and then it changed to drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Correct.
Now, that was the cause of death, and now the manner of death was pending to not determined.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that never changed, correct? The manner of death, as I'm reading through it.
Yeah, that fungus, man. That fungus went
What do
into
you
my
mean
lungs.
it never changed? It changed
Now it's
from
in my brain.
pending to not determined.
Sorry, since then, I
Oh,
apologize.
no, it hasn't changed.
Okay, so that's remained the same.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we could take that off, Judge.
It's no joke, man. Listen, if it ever gets me, just know I love you guys,
You
man. I'm
indicated
not playing.
that as you're working specifically on this case, you are gathering information from everywhere.
Correct.
So from NMS labs, correct?
Yes.
Getting fungal slides or testing done,
Yes.
speaking with law enforcement,
Yes.
and using their reports
Yes.
from your OME investigator, correct?
Yes.
From calls that you've received from Miss Richins,
Yes.
from calls you received from other members of the Richins family,
Yes.
and those are all documented as we saw in the case log, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Now, did you have meetings with Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. I mean, I certainly had phone calls with them. I don't know whether I had in-person meetings or not. I can't remember.
Okay. And during those calls, what did you learn, or meetings?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Were you told that law enforcement believed that it was a poisoning? If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm sure that I had some logs in there that indicated some of the conversations, but
But you don't remember now.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember individual conversations. That's why I make notes.
Right. Now, regardless, with all that universe, right, of information, you can also ask for follow-up, correct?
As far as what?
Anything. So let's say Ms. Richins indicated something to you, you can have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
Try to get a little bit more. Correct?
Yes,
And when you're speaking with, did you speak with Detective Woody?
I did.
And so with speaking with Detective Woody was giving you information, correct?
Yes.
And you could also have a conversation with Detective Woody and say, well, could you follow up on X, Y, or Z? Correct?
I usually don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
I'm just trying to see that all of this you
She
indicated,
knows.
you were gathering all this information so that you could ultimately make a determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that you had, make sure I get this right, natural cause of death?
Yes.
Suicide was one of them?
Yes.
Homicide?
Yes.
Not determined?
An accident.
An accident. So, for example,
How can you have all of
the
those?
accident with the information you have here, if you were to have been given information, hypothetical, that Mr. Richins took a pill not knowing what it was, that could have assisted you in determining whether it was an accident.
Correct.
Not knowing what it was, dog, it was prescribed
And
to
that
him.
is why it's important to get all the information, all the details to you so you can make that determination.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, when was it? I think it was June, but correct me if I'm wrong. When was it that you made that final determination of undetermined or not determined? Do you recall the date? Or would you like to see the death certificate, or
The death certificate said June 22nd,
so that would have been it.
I would imagine.
Okay.
Hey, you're trying to make her recall stuff from years ago.
So after you have all the information, you've gotten everything back from NMS Labs, you've spoken with everybody, the world of that information, the answer you came up with was not determined.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you've been retired. When did you retire?
January 1st, 2023.
So
She will never forget that.
about 6 months before, right? In that time, did you see in your line of work overdose deaths
All the time.
Yeah, there's no way she would
from
know.
fentanyl?
All the time.
Accidental?
All the time.
Not determined?
I probably saw some of those as well.
And then, I imagine, suicide?
Yep.
Would you say that during your time that has increased? That number that you saw?
During that era, yes.
And what era would that be? 2020 to 2022?
Yeah, I would say
Yeah, roughly.
huge flood of
2018 to
fentanyl.
22.
Yeah.
Were you familiar
Especially
with
in Arizona.
the one pill, one kills? One pill kills, I mean?
Not
Were
that phrase, but
Okay.
certainly the concept.
And were you trained on that in while you were, or before you retired, as to the increase in fentanyl overdose?
It doesn't matter if it kills someone. How are you
I
trained
saw
that?
it. I didn't have to be trained on it.
Yeah, it doesn't make
yes,
any
but,
sense.
I mean, sure.
It's hard to answer
My
that
point
question,
is
bro.
that you've seen a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of fentanyl overdoses recent or before you retired.
Yes.
Okay.
He's trying to make her look like she made the wrong determination or that it's an actual
Promise almost
overdose. Trying to make her look bad. Just what it is. Fentanyl has
Check with my
risen
colleagues.
like no other, and like we talked about, the pills now are 5 milligrams, which is twice the lethal dose in one pill. So people take the double lethal dose with one of those pills nowadays, which is why you can get it and die instantaneously. And it's taking a lot of young lives as well, because they're just trying to have fun or party or whatever the case is, and they're taking double the lethal dose, which is taking their life. And we have a higher suicide rate than ever. So there's a lot of factors here. He's just trying to make her look like she made the wrong determination. It's his job, but still.
In your case log, a case note, specifically that March 17th call with Kouri, there was no reason for any of us to believe that that call did not happen, correct? No, I know it's funny.
Correct.
Yeah, because you did have that call on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did speak with Ms. Richins on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did discuss lungs and what was in that day, correct?
Whatever it said.
And as well as you knew, at least at that point, or timeline's off, but at least that you looked into that fungal situation, and you were aware of Eric's mother's passing.
He
from
didn't have any, though.
something related to fungal infection, correct?
From the information that she provided, yes.
Okay.
He didn't have a fungal
No further
infection.
questions. Thank you so much, doctor. Enjoy retirement.
Mr. Burmester.
So,
Enjoy retirement.
here, the fungal infection information was not you providing it to her, but rather she provided it to you. The fungal,
From that
Phone call.
information, yes.
Yeah.
But the testing that I performed was just routine testing for the type of case that it was with the granulomatous lungs.
Mm.
and so could we get that last, I didn't get the dates right, I guess, on the death certificate. Did we look at that last meeting? Did you get?
She ran a fungal routine check because that could have been what killed him. They did it anyway. And then Kouri said, well, his mom died from fungus. They did a huge scan on him. He didn't have any of that stuff. And that's a big deal because you can't use that. There would be signs. Just like she talked about with a heart attack, there's going to be clotting. with an aneurysm or anything like that, stroke, you're gonna have stuff in your brain. Like it's there's evidence after they
create
die.
this document? You, the OME, the Office of Medical
Vital
Examiner?
records. I mean, I type the basic information in, and then this information is populated through vital records.
And so, the only thing I see on here is June 6th.
Appreciate you.
So you changed.
Good to have you here.
No, not
Thank you for your chat.
finalize the cause and manner of death on June 6th. Is that a fair statement of what's going on there?
That's what I'm seeing.
Thank you.
This lady's been up here for
So,
literally, what, 3 hours?
As of June 6, 2022, did you have any of the text evidence from Kouri Richins' phone at your disposal to make your determination?
No.
How about phone calls from Kouri Richins?
Anything further would have been what was documented in the call log.
But you didn't have recordings of phone calls or Verizon or T-Mobile
No,
or
she didn't
whatever.
have that. She's a medical
things,
examiner. She's not a
correct?
detective.
No.
Okay. And you didn't have access to any financial documents at this point?
No.
Exactly.
Okay.
There's no swaying her. She did not sway
Let's
this.
talk about what's going on there. That's, you have those categories, and that's required by statute. You need to call it at some point in one of those homicide, suicide, accident, natural death, or undetermined.
Did she
correct?
put on new pair of glasses?
So homicide,
Or just take them off and put them back on?
that isn't a legal criminal determination.
No, it's simply a term that we use indicating that the death was caused by another person.
As opposed to suicide, for example.
Yes.
When you're, this is, I would guess at its core, a scientific endeavor. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What you do, or did do?
Yes.
So, in pursuit of science, you don't start from a presumption, I would assume, that you look at all the evidence before you make, and you go off of the evidence that you receive before you proceed in any direction.
Correct. You might have a working hypothesis, so you have a direction to start in.
She
but,
took off her
yeah, You have
glasses.
to be receptive to all of the additional information.
I think she has
Okay.
reading glasses and then normal
And
glasses, but that's, I've never seen that before.
By June 6th, in your possession, did you have anything that would help you to determine whether this was a homicide, poisoning, or accidental, or
No,
suicide? Okay. And that's why you came up with the decision you came up with.
that's correct.
Do you consider motive evidence when you're making a determination of homicide, suicide?
Not typically.
She made a fair assessment off what she saw. She's not going. She's not swaying.
I think I just missed it. But
She's writing.
You said there were some things that you are unaware of whether they can be determined, or the things that can be determined. Is one of them whether the alcohol found in the gastric fluid ingested or decomposition, to sort those two out?
There's no way to sort those out because the chemical makeup is the same either way.
I see. Lyme disease, is it fatal?
It can be.
I see. Did you see any evidence that Lyme disease was fatal in this case?
No.
Okay. Finally, is there anything, any change in your opinion that the cause of death in this case was fentanyl intoxication?
No, I don't have any additional information to provide otherwise.
Thank you.
You did a good job.
Mr. Ramos, anything within the scope of redirect?
Man, let her go.
No post. You know it's gonna be cool. From June, when that change was made, until you retired in January 2023, you had the opportunity to change anything if you felt it warranted changing, correct?
It was discussed with law enforcement that if they had additional information that they would let me know. I was busy signing out hundreds of other cases. I was still cutting cases, and this was not the only case that I was working on.
Exactly.
And during that time, you weren't provided with any additional information from the law enforcement that would
sway you.
That did cause you to change anything.
No, because my understanding was the investigation was still active.
Okay. And from that point on, obviously you have nothing else to do with it, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Enjoy your retirement and take both your pairs of glasses.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Let her go, man. She's been up there for hours. Great work. Hey, that's tough. That's tough. That's
Folks,
a
let's
big
take a
deal.
restroom break, please. Please rise for the jury.
She does have 2 pairs of glasses. I don't miss. I feel like this courtroom is so small, I can't even tell you how small this courtroom is. Smaller than Idaho, way smaller than Arizona. It looks tiny.
Proceed, please. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we take a recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor,
Do we need to deal with the altered
Yes,
document?
I'm going to talk about that now.
You know,
Let's one
Yes,
step at a
I'd be
time.
happy to.
So, do we need to deal with this now, or do you want to keep running with?
while they're on a break, I don't mind talking about it, but if the court chooses to, that, as we were preparing for trial, I recognized that though our subpoena had asked for the full year, they got us a random month in March. So I sent I asked them to give us the information we had asked for. Then they send us the correct time frame, but in the header, the caption labeled Eric Richins defendant. It's not appropriate. So we said, okay, can we try and get the information that we asked for? They finally provided it, and that's why what they had received prior, though we've continued to send out the reports
She
that
has-
we received.
Can forgive me, I've already forgotten how this document was marked. What's the number?
It was 1-27.
Can somebody put 127 up?
She is not. She does not hold back her body language or what she says. They just be outbursting. The mics are hot, bro. You should know this. Everything is being
Scott,
recorded.
would you please go to page 2 for me?
Yeah. I can't see it. I'm sorry, Judge.
She
I
just says whatever
appreciate
comes
that
into her head. Shaking her head. No, no.
Okay, so, Mr. Burmester, I understand that this declaration signed by Jeffrey Henry and dated 19th of February 2026 is the declaration that you most recently received along with the document, that's page 1, that you most recently received. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is really problematic. So I am looking at the original document they gave us, and it has different dates that have been altered.
Well,
And
hold
the
on. Why isn't it just different documents produced at different times? What indication do you
She
have?
has
For
no
example,
filter.
The one that you're looking at.
See this?
The declaration that's page 2.
That body language is
What's the date on the
horrible.
declaration?
3/1/21.
No. What's the date on the
She goes-
declaration?
Oh, it's dated January 9th. January 9th, the exact same date as, I'm sorry, this one's dated 19th of February.
So they're not seeking to admit the one that you're looking at. They're seeking to admit a different one that is authenticated on a different day. If you would please have a conversation with them about whether you have any objections to that one, during the break. We can pick it back up after that.
All right.
Thank you.
That body language is
Folks, back
crazy.
At, 2:50, please.
250. Oh, it's in like 20 minutes. Bro, that body language from your lawyer. Or who, is she a lawyer? Is she the lawyer, right? That's crazy body language. You're in a courtroom. Bro, she literally did this. She goes. Then she did the, like, when you're so upset, you can't just have outbursts. I don't know. This is crazy. That's very emotionally charged. I would be really upset if my lawyer was emotionally charged. I'm sorry. I would. I'd be like, please stop acting like that. Hold it together. This is a big deal. This is my life on the line here. That's what I would be like. You got to stop throwing that up. She's the head lawyer. Do you see that face, though? She does not hold herself back, and that is not a good thing. Man, this is insanity. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't see a way out of that. I don't think, based off what we've heard so far. So we know he was taking medication to stop, like, his addiction to probably drinking, probably not opioids. Sorry, it's hard to say for me. So now they're trying to pin that he was addicted and that's why he overdosed, which I just really honestly don't believe. I think he was trying to stop drinking and then he stopped taking the pill. It's just weird that there was alcohol involved that night. Now, my thought to you guys as we were sitting there was to say, well, that would be a really easy way for her to sneak crushed up fentanyl, is because alcohol is so strong, depending on what you drink, it'd be hard to taste anything. I don't know. I don't know enough about alcohol, so I'm just being honest with you. But that would be my first thought, because if we're playing both sides, he either overdosed and was drinking and then overdosed and took too much. But prescribed fentanyl would not, you'd have to take so much, like we talked about, the off-market stuff that people are selling that's taking people's lives are double the lethal dose. I highly doubt he took one of those, just being honest with you. So to overdose on the fentanyl by himself, he'd have to take a ton of stuff, and they specifically said it was a fentanyl overdose. I think what happened was he was administered the fentanyl. This is my opinion, by the way. Administer the fentanyl through the alcohol. I'm just confused about the drink, because if you were so serious about drinking, it was so bad that you were taking something to curb your appetite for it. That's like what people do when they go get the what's that stuff in Mexico? What is that called? Ibogaine? Is that what it's called? What's that? I'm sure you guys know. If you guys watch Sean Ryan, they talk about it a lot. People go down there, lots of vets go down there, because once you've been in war and you've been through a lot of trauma, a lot of times it's very easy to get on substances and try to deal with your emotions that way. And so it's not legal in the US, but people go down to Mexico and get this treatment that helps you get unaddicted to whatever it is, whether it's alcohol, pills. Yeah, Ibogaine. You're right. It's really, really crazy. I think that it's important to know that some people are just so desperate to get out of that cycle and that loop that they have to take pills. I thought Colby was talking about BBL for a moment. BBL? Gosh dang. No. But dead serious. We're not talking about BBLs over here. BBLs. That's not the subject of today. He took that medication for Lyme's disease, not for drinking or drugs. Oh. Well, there you go. But he wasn't an addict, so that's another big point. There would have, in my opinion, there would have been a pattern first before you OD. It's very, very unlikely that he knew he was going to take a bunch of pills or overdose himself. That just doesn't make any sense to me. All right, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back with you guys. As you know, the stream's gonna stay up. By the way, we're gonna be doing this every day. We'll have this stream here. You guys can jump in the chat. I'll post everything for you in the morning, and it'll be a thumbnail so you guys can sit on the lives early. We'll hop on in the mornings. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Slow. I really just don't. My gut feeling is he did not OD himself. That's all I'm going to say. There's just something really off about that, and I just don't know how else to explain it. That's my gut feeling. I just don't think he OD'd on fentanyl, having no history. Some people even OD a few times before they actually pass away. So it's just very, very unlikely. But obviously there's lots of different scenarios. But it's the problem is once we read the Google searches after, there's so much other behavior that we have to take into consideration as a whole that Kouri was displaying after. That behavior after, the Google searches after are I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you get out. It's like Alex literally Googling how to shoot through a windshield of a Dakota, right? Like wind directions, those things on the times, the dates, it's just so damning. Like I don't understand how else you could look at it in any other way. There's really no other way for me to explain it. There's no other way to explain it. But that's just what it is. All right, I'm gonna go grab water. I'll be right back. Love you guys. What up, baby? Oh, that's the right side. Can never tell with these headphones, bro. They go around the ear. What's up, everybody?
Please have a seat. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness.
State calls Allison Christensen.
Ms. Christensen, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Yeah, I have been to Flagstaff. It's so nice. It's so weird because there's a forest in the middle of our desert, but it's gorgeous up there.
Can you please
We
state
call it
your
up
full
north.
name and then spell both your first and last name?
Allison Christensen, ALLYSON,
Now, I know that you brought into the courtroom your own bottle of water and some cough drops.
Yeah, I'm just getting over a cold and have lost my voice
Me
over the
too.
weekend, so I'm just hoping my voice will hang with us today.
Okay, excellent.
That's nice.
I'm rooting for you. Okay, so are you employed, Ms. Christensen?
I am.
How are you employed?
I work for the Statewide Information and Analysis Center, housed under the Department of Public Safety.
Did you work for them in 2022?
No, in 2022 I was working for the Office of the Medical Examiner.
Okay. What were your duties and responsibilities at the, or let me rephrase that. What capacity did you serve OME?
I was an autopsy assistant and an autopsy technician supervisor.
I see. And so what are the duties and responsibilities, very briefly, of that position?
The autopsy assistant is there to assist the doctor in a variety of ways with removing organs during autopsy, taking notes, photographs, or handling toxicology.
Okay. And on March 5th of 2022, were you serving in that capacity and on duty that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what role you were? My understanding is that's a rotating role.
Yes.
Do you know what you were doing on that particular day?
That day I was assigned to handle the toxicology samples.
So, what does that mean? You were handling the toxicology.
So all of the samples are collected during the autopsy, and then my role would be to get them ready and prepared to be sent to their various labs for testing.
I see. Okay. So, in this particular case on March 5th, did you receive some samples from Dr. Omer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What did you receive?
I can't recall directly. It's been a few years.
Okay. Do you remember? Let me just give this to you.
It's crazy to think people do this every day. Like literally just take organs out of bodies or open bodies up. That's just insane. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disrespect any profession. We have to have people to do it.
For the record, what those
Crazy
items
though.
are?
Yes, these are our toxicology requisition forms that we use. And it looks like the samples, the toxicology forms for the samples that were collected that day.
Okay. Does that then help you remember what it was you were working on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was the name of the body from which the samples came?
It says Eric Eugene Richins.
Okay. And so, what was requested by the doctor?
Can you clarify?
What sort of tests?
For the testing?
What did you have to prepare?
So testing that was requested, it looks like there was samples to be sent to NMS for testing. There was one sample that was sent to our state lab for different testing. There were some histology tests requested, and then it looks like some cultures that are also done at the state microbiology lab.
Okay. So I'd like to focus in on the NMS sample.
Sure.
What did you receive to send out?
So I would have received the samples after they were collected at autopsy. They're placed into a fridge. So I would have gotten the paper, just like the one that you handed me, and would have used that to submit the test request through NMS.
Okay. Do you know what samples you received, what they were?
On the form it says that there were 3 tubes of IVC blood, which is inferior vena cava.
Okay.
2 tubes of vitreous fluid, which is the fluid from the eye. 1 tube of urine, 1 container of gastric fluid, and 1 container of liver sample.
Okay. Now, was there an indication to do something special with one of those 3 blood tubes?
Yeah, it says on the 3rd blood tube that the doctor requested that it be held in our freezer at the OME for possible future testing.
And is there these tubes that they're collecting in? Is there something? Are they just blank test tubes, or they prepared with anything?
No, they're prepared with things. So there are 2 gray tops, and a gray top, it's a vacuum sealed container. It's just like when you get your blood tested in a hospital. That gray top indicates that there's something inside the tube to prevent the blood from clotting.
Okay.
The other tubes, it looks like they were red tops, which means there's nothing inside of those, so they're still vacuum containers, but there's no additive inside. And then the gastric and liver samples are in, it looks like a cup. So that would have just been a small plastic container.
With no preservatives?
With no preservatives, correct.
So you have those 6 samples that you're going to send out, 1 you're preserving.
Sorry, correction, 7.
Yeah, 6 that you're going to send out, 1 in addition that's going to go away.
Sorry.
Or stay, rather.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So how do you package those up, and what's the process?
For NMS in particular, the process would be I would take the requisition form and I would use the online portal that NMS has. We enter all the information that includes the case number, the patient name, date of birth, date of death, date of collection, the person who collected it, what was collected, and then the tests that are requested. Once all that information is put into the system, a form is printed out and it has all of that information on it. I'll use that form to double check against the samples to make sure that everything matches, so that everything as far as the case number, the name, what the samples are, everything matches on the samples versus the paperwork. Once that's done, the tubes are placed into a plastic vial sleeve, which is just a plastic envelope that has slots in it for these vacuum container tubes. I place the tubes in that's sealed shut. And then the other specimens that don't fit in that, so the cups and that sealed envelope, would be placed into a biohazard bag.
Okay.
I would sign and date the paperwork to say that I was releasing those samples to NMS through FedEx to be tested. I'd place that form inside of the biohazard bag, seal that shut. All of that is placed into a cardboard box that is provided by NMS, and it's 1 case per box. And then that box is, again, sealed shut with a evidence label that I would sign and date.
Okay, so it's sealed from contamination from each other and from other sources, exterior
Yes.
forces.
Yes.
Do you notify anyone that you're doing this? I mean, FedEx,
We would know.
NMS?
Yeah. So NMS would be notified just by using their online portal. They get that notification, and then once
are enough samples, like at the end of the day, we would notify FedEx to come and pick them up. I believe March 5th was a Saturday.
Okay.
So these samples would have been held in our toxicology lab until the following Monday and then sent on that Monday.
So that would have been 7th?
Correct.
Okay. And okay. Let's take a look now at the tox lab and health department. Where are they physically located vis-a-vis the OME?
They're in the building next door. It's just a short walk next door to the lab.
Okay. And so, did you have any samples given to you to send to either of those two?
Yeah. So the state lab is not open on Saturdays for the vitreous testing that was requested. So that would have been held until Monday. But the other samples for the cultures would have been walked over directly to the microbiology lab at the state lab.
And did you do that?
I did.
Okay. Now let's talk about histology. Did you get histology samples?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a particular experience and training with histology at this point?
Yeah, prior to working at the medical examiner, I was a histology technologist at a hospital. I am board certified as a histotechnologist through ASCP, the same board that certifies doctors for medical examiner. So yeah, I have some experience in that.
Okay. So did you have a particular position within the OME regarding histology at that time?
It didn't really have a title, but I did oversee the histology lab, if you can call it that, or the histology storeroom.
I see. And in this case, when did you receive any histology requests on this case?
It would have been collected at the time of autopsy, so on the form here it says March 5th.
Okay. And is there a delay for sending it out?
There can be. So histology is a different process than regular blood testing. So histology tissue needs to be what we call fixed in a formaldehyde type solution. So the histology samples were sent to an outside laboratory in California, and they would all be batch sent, usually once a week. And so while waiting, they would be in a container of that formaldehyde solution.
I see. Now, is any staining or anything done at the lab or done by you?
It would be done at the lab.
I see. And in this case, what did the OME send out to histology?
So it looks like, so histology is labeled alphabetically. Each alphabet letter is one cassette, I guess. The tissue is placed into a plastic cassette. It's about 2 centimeters by 1 centimeter. And so each cassette is labeled in that way. So it looks like there were samples of heart, right lung, left lung, liver, kidney, hippocampus, epiglottis, lymph node, and coronary artery that were sent.
Okay. Did you receive the prepared slides afterwards?
Yes. It shows on the form that I signed and dated that.
When did you get it back?
On March 23rd.
Of 2022?
Of 2022, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That is all that I have for this witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Judge, I promised Ms. Christensen when we did speak that I wouldn't have any questions because she answered all my questions. So no questions.
You can step down. Thank you so much.
Chelsea Gibson.
Gibson, take your time.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Chelsea Gibson, GIP as in Papa, SON.
Move that microphone a little bit closer to you. Just pull it forward. Yeah.
Better?
Better.
Okay.
Thank you. Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Total about 7 years.
What is your current assignment?
Lead crime scene investigation technician.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4.5 years.
What did you do before you were the lead crime scene technician?
I was dispatching for the county. And while dispatching for the county, I would do part-time as helping out with the evidence room and crime scenes.
So as a lead crime scene technician, what are your main responsibilities?
To oversee the evidence room and respond to crime scenes, to document, analyze, collect, and process evidence.
Do you have any type of training to perform that responsibility?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science with a minor in Criminal Justice. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association of Identification. I have over 700 hours of training in crime scenes, death investigations, and digital evidence, as well as being Celebrate certified as a operator and physical analyzer.
Thank you. Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to a scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes, I was.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-1, and you can put it up for the jury. It's been admitted. Is this the scene that you responded to?
Yes.
Approximately when did you arrive?
Approximately 6:30 in the morning.
Who else was there when you got to the scene?
Family members and law enforcement officers. I believe Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Deputy Orgel were on scene.
What was taking place when you arrived?
OME Sessions was finishing up with her investigation of Eric Richins.
When you got there, what, in general, we'll get to the specifics, but in general, what was your primary focus when you got on scene?
To document the scene and assist Detective Woody in looking for anything that could have explained Eric Richins' death.
I want to begin by talking about the crime scene generally. Was a 3D scan completed of that home?
Yes, it was.
What is that called?
We utilize what's called a Matterport. It's a camera that takes a three-dimensional scan of the inside of the residence that allows the user to remotely or virtually go into the scene at a later time. It also takes measurements during the scan.
Did you create one of these 3D scans for the home at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When was that scan completed?
I believe it was May 8th of 2023.
So not the night you arrived, but sometime later?
Correct.
How, functionally, how does it work when you're creating this scan?
Essentially, it's a large computer that takes a three-dimensional photo. It's placed on a tripod, and you scan in different areas of the home. It's typically, you want to keep about 5 to 7 feet from the previous scan. The program will then let you know if your next scan is too far, and it'll have you rescan at a closer point so they can be spliced together. And then it's uploaded onto the Matterport that then creates a three-dimensional view of the scene itself.
And you did that for the scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 6. Let's pause it. I don't want it to play yet. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see what's on the screen too, for now. Do you recognize what's on your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a video documentation of the Matterport that shows a walkthrough.
And this is the scan that you just talked about completing?
Correct.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D6.
No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 6 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please.
Sure. Brittany, this one only exists electronically, if you can make a note of that. Oh, wait a minute. I may have announced it incorrectly. Can you give me the number one more time? I should clear this up.
1-15D6.
One second. That is not the number that's listed for a 3D scan.
This might be the updated one with blurred visions, but
We blurred, yeah.
Here, take
Yeah.
a look here. This
Take a
is
look.
why we're confused.
Okay.
Is that what you have in mind?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If you say so. The reference to search warrants is something else.
That description. The description is wrong.
No problem. Got it. 1-15D6, a 3D scan from Matterport, correct?
Correct.
Admitted. And published now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I believe it's up there already.
My apologies. Keep going.
And so, Ms. Gibson, Scott, you can go ahead and play the video, or the scan, I guess. As we're walking through, if you could just describe what we're seeing.
So we're passing a couple of the kids' bedrooms. I believe this is Ashton's, and then it shows into Weston's room. And as the scan turns, you could see the shared bathroom. And it'll take you into the master bedroom. And from the master bedroom, it's going to move into the master bathroom. And then it'll show the master closet as well. And now we're going back through the master bedroom, through the main hallway of the home.
And that's our front door there to the right where you enter.
Yes, to the right's front door, and then Carter's room right in front. And then there's a set of stairs that leads to the attic, and then to the left is the living room. And now the living room's connected to the dining area and the kitchen.
We see a black case on the countertop there. Was that your equipment?
Yeah, that's what the Matterport was in.
where are we headed now?
This is the mudroom hallway, connects to the kitchen, and then the laundry room and a half bathroom to the right. And then the attached garages to the left.
So turning your attention back to March 4th of 2022, what specifically were you doing on scene when you got there?
I was there to assist Detective Woody in documenting the scene as well as collecting any items of importance.
When you say documenting the scene, how do you do that?
It's a lot of photographs and taking notes.
As you were doing those things, did you see anything out in the open that might explain the death of Eric Richins?
There wasn't any obvious signs when I arrived on scene.
Did you see any THC gummies?
No.
Did you see any drug paraphernalia?
No.
We've asked a couple other witnesses about drug paraphernalia, but I don't know if any of them have described what it is. Why don't you tell the jury, what are we referring to when we say drug paraphernalia?
A simplified version, it's anything that is an item or a piece of equipment that can be used to consume or conceal illicit drugs. It's typically known as pipes, bongs, needles. Can be concealed in little baggies.
So you mentioned that you took some photographs. I want to turn your attention to the master bedroom. Did you take some photographs in that room?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-10 and 1-11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
What are they?
Overall photographs I took of inside the master bedroom.
Fair and accurate depictions of those rooms on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-10.
110 and 111 are admitted. Do you want to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Did you also take a photograph of a nightstand in that bedroom?
Yes, I did.
I think we've already admitted this exhibit, so if we could put up 1-9. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And this is another photograph that you took?
Correct.
Now we see a safe there. Did you later look in that safe?
Yes, later on that day, yes.
What was located in that safe?
Inside the safe were a couple of firearms, a large amount of cash, I believe some ammunition, I believe an empty checkbook, and some handwritten documents.
All right. As you were in the bedroom, was Mr. Eric Richins was his body still there?
Yes.
And did you document that as well?
Yes, I did.
If we could see exhibit 1-7, please, for the witness. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an overall photograph I took of inside the master bedroom showing where the deceased was located when I arrived.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-7.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-7 is admitted.
And so this is where Eric Richins was when you arrived?
Correct.
Did you look through the bedroom, or did you look around the bedroom to see if there's anything that was significant that might have caused his death?
I looked around the bedroom a little bit, yes.
Did you find anything that stood out to you that may have caused the death of Eric Richins?
Nothing that could have caused his death, no.
Now I want to talk about the bathroom that's attached to the master bedroom and the closet. If we could have exhibit 1-12 and 1-13, please, for the witness. Are they up for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are those photos that you took?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representations of the scene that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 112 and 111, or 113. Excuse me.
1-12 and 1-13 are admitted.
And, so again, did you look through the master bathroom and the master closet?
I looked through the master bathroom.
Okay. Any THC gummies found in there?
No.
Any paraphernalia found?
No.
What about, I should have asked you these questions for the bedroom too. Did you see any THC gummies in the bedroom?
No.
Any drug paraphernalia?
No.
Okay, let's move to the kitchen. Did you yourself look through the kitchen?
I did not know.
Are you aware if anyone else did?
I'm unsure who looked in the kitchen.
If something of significance would have been found in the kitchen, would you have been notified?
Yes.
Speculation.
Would you rephrase sustained?
Sure. As other people were around the house, what would the protocol have been if an item of significance had been located?
If an item of significance is located, I would have been notified to photograph and document.
Did you do that with anything in the kitchen?
No.
What else did you do on March 4th?
I collected a few items on scene and that were transported to the sheriff's office.
What were those items?
Medications in Eric Richins' names, and there's a sheet underneath the bed that was kind of balled up.
Approximately what time did you leave the scene at Willow Court?
Approximately 8:29 in the morning.
Who did you leave with?
Myself, Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Oracle. We all left it at the same time.
And to your knowledge, when you left the scene, were there any other law enforcement officials still there?
No, there were not.
You were the last ones to leave.
Correct.
To your knowledge, were there other searches made at the 282 Willow Court home?
Yes.
And were those searches subsequent to March 4th, were they different than what you did on March 4th?
Yes.
How were they different?
With a search warrant, we have more reason to search the home itself. So it's a more extensive search of the actual home itself. We're looking for specific items pursuant to the search warrant. So typically we're looking in cupboards, cabinets, drawers, inside closets, inside boxes, inside pockets.
And so compare that, what you're describing with a search warrant search, to what you did on March 4th. How is that different?
March 4th, we didn't have too much information to go off of on what we were looking for specifically. So we weren't looking through every drawer, everything. It was more so to the naked eye.
So talking about when a search warrant is performed, how many times have you been part of searching a home or something else for a search warrant?
I responded to the home on Willow Court 8 times.
And what about in general as a crime scene technician? How many times have you assisted investigators in executing a search warrant?
I don't know about including search warrants, but overall including search warrants and crime scenes, over 100.
So when a search warrant is executed, are different officials on scene given different assignments?
Yes.
How are those assignments made?
Typically it's the sergeant over investigations or lead detective, and sometimes the crime scene will assist.
What are the different assignments that are made for the personnel on scene during a search warrant?
We give them names such as searcher, finder, photographer, and a scribe.
And describe for the jury what each of those assignments mean, what those people would do.
As they're given assignments, it's also we work hand in hand, so they kind of commingle, but for the most part a searcher is kind of self-explanatory. You search a specific area that you're given or a room, and then the finder kind of assists the searcher in searching, but is also able to leave that area and go notify the photographer, who then comes and documents the item, where the item was located, And then the photographer then takes additional photographs of the item. They're called mid-range and close-up photos. It's just to show more of directionality of where the item was located. And then the scribe is typically in a common area or more of a central location where the items can be moved to, and they document onto a property seizure form on any item that's collected, where it was collected, and by whom it was collected.
Is it possible that someone on scene could have more than one assignment?
Yes.
Those things could overlap. One person could do multiple things?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 13th of 2022. Were you present for a search of the Willow Court home on that date?
Yes, I was.
And similar to what you've just described, were assignments made to different personnel that were on scene?
Yes.
And what was your role on April 13th?
To photograph and assistance searching.
And to your knowledge, what areas of that scene were to be searched on that day?
The entirety of the home, including the attached garage as well as the detached garage and shop.
And when you say search, describe for the jury how someone goes about searching each of those rooms.
Room assignments are made, so we number the room numbers. That way it's a little bit easier to kind of keep track of who's searching where. It also helps with keeping track of which item was found in which room. And then people are given their room numbers and they start searching that area.
So talking about April 13th of 2022, let's first talk about the master bedroom. Were there any items of significance located in that room?
Yes.
Scott, if we could put up Exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Matterport video showing the items of importance that were located on the April of 22 search.
So is this scan, explain how it's different from that overall scan that we saw previously?
So this one's showing what they're called are tags. So you're able to tag the area and it'll help depict where the item was located and give you a visual of where it was.
And are you the person who placed the tags on this particular video?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that? Not technologically, but how do you know where to place the tags?
Because it was documented on where the items were located as well as photographed.
And so that's where you put the tags on this scan?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit 1-15D4.
No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 4 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please. So again, describe for the jury, we're seeing the same scan, right? But you've added some information.
Correct.
So I think we were talking, Scott, you can play the scan. I think you were talking about the master bedroom. So we'll wait till our scan takes us back to the master bedroom. And if we could pause it there, please. So if you can use our magic pointer there, and on your screen, it should let you point out what item of significance was located in this room. You might have to aim it at Scott's computer. He's got the receiver.
That was working for a moment. It's a very small cursor.
It's not coming up.
It might not work. It's too far away.
It vibrated. I don't know if that helps.
Well, why don't we
Oh,
look
wait.
at, that's okay, we can talk about what we're looking at here without the clicker, even though I wanted to use it, that's okay. So describe for the jury what we see on this scan that was different from before.
There's a yellow dot that's kind of pointing towards the nightstand.
And what item was located there?
A green iPhone.
Okay. Now you've got a box of items beside you.
Yes.
If you could please grab item 9-5, or exhibit 9-5.
What's up, everybody?
And go ahead and open that up.
I just want to know, were the kids home when this happened? Was this planned out? I'm assuming this is the last witness, by the way. It's almost 4 o'clock here.
Well, before you open it, why don't we do it this way? Do you know what this item is?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the green iPhone that was collected that night.
And is that item in your hands now in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was located on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit exhibit 9-5.
Yeah, no objection.
Go ahead and open it up.
9-5 is admitted.
And you can just hold it up and let the jury see it. Did you determine who this, was it determined who this phone belonged to?
Yes, it was determined to be Eric Richins.
Okay. Now what about in the master bathroom? Was that area searched?
Yes.
Scott, if you could continue playing our video, or exhibit, sorry.
Yeah, by the way, this house thing is crazy.
Were there items of significance that were located in the master bathroom?
Yes, a few.
Scott, if you could, pause it there, please. So, what about
They were home.
in that closet?
That's
Was there an
horrible.
item of significance located in there?
Yes.
If you could grab from your physical exhibits, exhibit 9-1.
Ms. Shervanek, just so my notes are complete, the date of the search, would you confirm that for me one more time, was?
April 13th of 22.
Okay. Please proceed.
So, do you have exhibit 9-1? You have a lot of things up there, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead and pull the item out of there. Or take a look at it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
There's a couple bottles of prescriptions that were collected that were located in one of the baskets.
And I don't know that the clicker's working, so why don't you just come down and point to your screen so the jury can see which item we're talking about, where it was located. Yes. Go ahead. Now you're ready to work.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the first item we're talking about right now is going to be this orangish yellow dot.
And you can head back to your seat, sorry.
All that so she could point out that dot?
And
Sorry, that
the
was just
item
ridiculous.
that you have there, 9-1, is that a fair and accurate representation of the item that you collected from that basket on
Yes.
that day?
Yes, it was.
And then move to admit 9-1.
May I see it, Your Honor?
Of course.
I want to see which bottles they
I'm gonna bring it down there.
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
States 9-1 is admitted.
go ahead and open up that bag.
I didn't know you were allowed to open the bag. That's crazy.
Was there a particular bottle within that bag from those items that you took a photograph of?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-20, please. Do you recognize this?
It's not, there it goes. Yes.
What is that?
It's a photo I took of what was located from that section of the linen closet.
That's a photo that you took?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of what you collected from there?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 1-20.
No objection.
If we could publish, please.
20 is admitted.
Your Honor, can we look at the actual bottle that she took out of the bag since she's taken it out? Can we open it and look at it, please?
No, you can't open it.
The bottle, look at the pills.
There's no pills, but I want to open the bottle and see the inside of it.
There's pills in it.
Oh, okay. Can I have her just open it? I won't touch it, but let
Why
her
don't you
do
and
it.
Ms. Sherman do it at the same time?
Yep.
Just the record
Why?
is clear. 1-20 is admitted.
That's an odd request. That's an odd request to open it and count it. Like, you would, how would you know the count before or not? And what is it? What kind? What kind of pills are they? The mics are hot. Why do I have to remind everybody this? I can hear you're whispering. It's empty. So there's like, what, 3 or 4 pills in there maybe? Yeah, like 2 maybe. I couldn't see, but it looked like 2 pills. What was the point of that? How could you have a count? Well, I guess the full count, but you don't know what was taken when. Come on.
It's kind of hard to see in the photograph, but is one of those prescription bottles a prescription for quetiapine?
Yes.
They all say
Is
Kouri.
that prescription, that bottle prescribed to Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
After you documented and photographed these items, what did you do with it?
They were booked into the sheriff's office.
And I should ask you the same question that we did for 9-5. What?
Was
after
Kouri
that item
popping
was
pills
collected,
too?
What did you do with it?
It was also booked into the sheriff's office.
When you say booked into the sheriff's office, that's into your evidence room?
Correct.
Scott, if we could go back to 1-15 D4, please.
1 moment, I gotta catch up to you. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, that's her pills.
Yes, please.
Why does she have all those high-level pain pills?
Ms. Sherman, let me know when you're ready to show the truth.
I am.
You are now.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at this same view in the master bathroom, and we see another orange circle there. What was collected from that location?
Several packages of THC gummies and edibles.
Did you document those?
Yes, I did.
Weed gummies? Is that what we're talking
Go
about
ahead
here?
and grab exhibit 9-11
Like get you high?
for me.
So there was a recreational getting high. Who? That changes a little bit,
Scott, could
only
you
in the
leave
sense of
video up.
That was
getting
sorry.
high
You're on. Thank you.
in that sense.
Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Interesting.
It's the items that were collected from that cabinet above the toilet.
Fair and accurate representation of those items that were collected that day.
Yes.
Move to admit 9-11.
No objection.
9-11 is admitted.
Did you document where those items were collected from?
Yes.
Where were they collected from?
They were inside the top shelf of the medicine cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom.
Inside the cupboard.
Correct.
Scott, if I could have Exhibit 1-16, please.
Somebody or both of them do like to get
Do you recognize
high
this?
in
Yes.
some way.
What is it?
A photograph
I don't know
took
what gummies
of those
do.
items that were collected.
Same items we were just referring to.
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of those items
that
on that
makes
day.
sense.
Yes.
We'll move to Exhibit 1-16.
Or I guess pain medication.
May I speak to Ms. Shavernak for a
Sure.
second?
I don't know what THC is. THC the thing that gets you though high in the weed, right? So if you're having edibles, it would give you the effect of being high. I don't know, guys. I don't know anything about. I'm not well versed in that world.
So
Okay, so you would feel high.
let's do it this way. If you could take Exhibit 9-11, please, and open it up.
I think that's important only because that means that there was a factor of wanting to feel some kind of high. So that's all I'm wondering is if there was a chasing of that, could have graduated to pills. But still, even then, the fentanyl thing still doesn't make sense. So I'm not jumping to any conclusion. Guys, I don't know. I don't know how this works. I know if you smoke, you get high, but I don't know anything about edibles
Okay.
or
and
gummies.
Pull the items out of there.
All of them?
Pull them out.
I've never seen evidence cut into. Am I tripping right now? Is this ever? Does this happen? I've never seen evidence bags get opened and touched, ever. Yeah, I think that's the whole point. Is like you use it for pain medication, right? I know some people have it prescribed for different reasons too, like sleeping, pain medication, anxiety, stuff like that. It has a medicinal point.
So we see multiple items in that one package. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could put the video back up on the screen.
Yeah, because I know there's a non-THC one, right? I'll tell you what. I have some.
Can you put it back up for the jury?
What's that lotion called? Smells my favorite smell in the world. It's a weed lotion. I forgot what it's called. Now I
Okay,
ruined the whole
so-
joke. Frick it.
We were talking about the cupboard above the toilet, and then we were looking at a photograph that you took of all of these items. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in that photograph, are there items that were collected from other locations?
Can you go back to the photograph?
Scott, can you put up 1-16 for her, please?
You got
Just
to
for her.
Hemps, yes. Oh my gosh, original Hemps. If you want to know something about me, that's my favorite smell lotion ever, bro.
What are you referring to in the photograph?
So, are there items that are in that same photograph and that are in that same package
I put on
that
my
were
Hemps.
not collected in that cupboard?
And I'm the highest in the room.
There's a baggie and looks like a prescription box that are kind of out of focus.
And those items were not collected in that cupboard.
Correct.
But which items were collected from that cupboard?
The 3 dank gummies, the 2 chocolate brownies, the Helix Twist, and the 2 small baggies of gummies.
Dang, that's a
The
lot.
clear baggies were located
So they know what they
somewhere
were
else,
doing.
Is that right?
I don't recall on that. I believe they were located in the same area.
Brownies, gummies.
I'm
They're
going to
called
move to
dank.
admit 1-16.
Your Honor, we object. That's, she's not laid a proper foundation.
They found it in her closet, bro.
Don't follow. Would you approach for a moment?
No, they had the dank gummies. They were definitely taking. Somebody was taking it and knew what they were doing. Oh, I love my Hemp's lotion, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I love my Hemp's lotion. It's my favorite smell. It's the OG one. I use it sparingly too because it's like freaking $30, but I love it. There's just nothing like that smell. You put that smell on, you are an OG, baby. OG. Put on my Hemp's lotion. I'm gone. I mean, super honest with you. When I was a younger cat, I tried, which I never thought I'd do. I tried, the dank, okay? And let's just say I was not a fan. I thought I was gonna die. I remember saying that, and I learned my lesson. that's all I can say about that. So not my kind of thing. Not my cup of tea.
Okay, so let's see. Pause for one moment. The state's moving to admit the photograph that is State's Exhibit 1-16.
Yes, no objection.
Okay. 1-16 is coming in. Would you like me to publish it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chelsea, do you need a moment to get organized, or do you need anything?
She might need
Are
some
we
space.
are we done with this one for now?
Yes, you can put that to the side.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, please.
Take your time.
I've never seen the evidence open like this.
Do we have a wipe?
Yep.
But I tried it. Not for me. Like, man, what are we talking about here? No. No, wait, slow down. Slow down. Whoa, no. When I was younger, I'll say how all the people in my old wards used to say it. Rolled up a doobie. No, I'm just kidding. I smoked one. I actually smoked a few times. I'm gonna be 1,000% honest. It was not for me. It made me have anxiety. It made me feel horrible. I thought it was gonna calm me down. It was the exact opposite. I told everybody, I said, bro, I'm dying, and I don't drink, so it's not one of those guys. So just don't. I don't like the feeling of not feeling in control. That's just how I feel.
Okay.
Freaks me out.
Urbanek, please proceed.
So, after these items were located, you photographed them.
Correct.
And what happened with them next? Were they booked into evidence?
Correct.
Yeah, I smoked, not men.
Scott, if you could put the video back up, or your
Does dank mean men?
That works.
I'm never saying that again. Just so we're clear, because
And you can.
I didn't know dank had another meaning.
And play forward. Were there items of significance that were located in the closet?
Yes.
All right. If we could. Pause that, please.
That's what I said. I told my friend, I said, I think I'm dying. He's
If
like, you're
you
not dying. I said, I'm dying. I feel it. I
Take
think something's
exhibit
happening bad to me.
9-12, please.
Does dank mean men? I've said that before.
Open it up.
So,
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pack of gummies that were located in the master closet.
I just want to be
In
clear.
this location that you've indicated here?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate representation of those items. Are those items in substantially the same condition as when they were located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-12.
No objection.
9-12 is admitted.
We're going to open
Go
the
ahead and
gummies.
open it up.
Why? Why? We don't need to open the gummies. I don't
While we're
understand
doing
this.
That, Scott, if you could put 1-17 for the witness, please.
Oh, I don't know what dink means, but I thought dank specifically referred to weed. I'm just being honest. I don't know. I'm staying out of this realm. I'm just going to be explicitly clear. No.
That's that same item that you held up there.
Correct.
We could move to admit 1-17
No objection.
and publish, please.
117 is admitted.
And so you might have to step down for this one. It's a little hard to see what we're looking at here. Point out for the jury what we're looking at here.
So we're looking at a pack of gummies that was located in the pocket jacket of this green jacket.
Thank you.
The gummies are in the green jacket?
If we could have the scan exhibit, please. You can play it forward, please.
What a wild thing
Was
that
the
we
kitchen
can do.
also
It's so
searched?
insane.
Yes, it was.
It's so seamless. How the
And
hell are you
were there
doing that?
items that were located in the kitchen that you documented?
Yes.
What kind of freaking magic trick is this?
And I've been asking you about items of significance. The items you're looking for, those are items that were in the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the search warrant told you what you were supposed to look for.
Yes.
All right. if we could go forward just a small, there we go. All right, we could pause it there. Okay, so we're, what area of the home are we looking at now?
We're in the kitchen now.
And we mentioned that there were items found in here. If you could grab item 9-13, please.
The house does look big.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a package of gummies that was located.
And those gummies that you have there, fair and accurate representation of what was collected on that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-13.
No objection.
9-13 is admitted.
And looking on our scan here, we see a couple of different indicators. Where were these gummies located?
It's going to be that orange dot where right above the refrigerator in that cabinet.
So the higher up dot?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, good.
If we could show the witness exhibit 1-18, please. Do you see it? What is
It's
that?
a lot of gummies around the house.
That's a photograph I took of the item.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of where the item was located that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-18.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-18 is admitted.
And then go ahead and open up exhibit 9-13.
Am I gonna put my gummies up there with that dirty friggin' pan, bro? Oh, are we really opening? Why are we opening the exhibits? I don't understand. Maybe I just don't know enough. I have never seen this before. There's no way to what's the point? To accurately know what's in there right now. You already have that cataloged, and you can't definitively say what was in it before you collected it other than what's in the bag. I'm getting pissed.
And those are the gummies that we see in the photograph there?
Yes.
After you documented these items, what did you do with them?
What
they were
do you
collected
do with
and
the
then brought to the
evidence?
sheriff's office to be poked into evidence.
What do you do with evidence? Like, there's no way. There's just
Scott, if we
Does it
could
go to a
have
vault?
the scan view again, please.
That's a question I have. What happens to the evidence, stuff like that? What do you do with it?
And you can play it forward. Okay, you can pause it there. Thank you. So we see a few other indicators
Use
of
it.
items that were located there. Was there an item that was collected from the kitchen counter?
Yes.
If you could grab exhibit 9-10, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that item, the item that was collected here in the orange dot?
Correct.
We indicated with the red arrow?
Yes.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 9-10.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her say what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. What is that?
It's a set of tweezers and a small piece of plastic.
Why is that important?
Is Nestor 9-10?
No objection.
9-10 is admitted.
Where, describe for the jury what, you can open it up and just let the jury see it. They can see through the bag, I think. What is this item?
It's a pair of tweezers that was located inside of a jacket pocket that was laying on the kitchen counter.
And so the jacket was on the counter, tweezers were where?
Inside of a pocket.
The pocket of the jacket.
Correct.
Why is
What
that
kind of
important?
jacket was it?
It was a woman's fitted black, medium-size Under Armour jacket.
After you collected that item, what did you do with it?
It was packaged and brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
All of these items that we've just talked about, after they were collected, were they sent to the state crime lab?
Yes.
And were they tested there?
Yes, they were.
Did you receive a report back about the results of those tests?
Yes, I did.
We see, going back to the scan here, we see through the doorway another orange dot. Was it an item collected from that area?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 4-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Was this an item that was collected from that same search warrant date?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that you collected that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 4-16.
Your Honor, we object on 401, 403, 404B.
Counsel, please approach.
They don't want those gummies in the track, man. They don't want those gummies. What is the significance of the tweezers? Am I missing something? Why does that matter? That's all I'm going to ask. How you guys doing, man? It's been a long day. I don't know how long we've been streaming, but I know it's been a while. Let's see if I rewind. Almost 6 hours we've been on stream, bro. It's crazy. It's a beautiful community we have, man. I know you guys have probably been popping in and out. I've seen a lot of you guys here for most of the day, so that's crazy. Appreciate you guys so much being here to watch this together. It really, honestly, YouTube has been really glitchy, so I'm sorry about that. On my end, I'm hearing everything, but I don't know if you guys are, so thank you for saying something in the chat if you do.
So we're going to pause on admitting or publishing 416, but you may have some more questions about it.
Where was item 4-16 located?
I believe it was located in the master bathroom.
4-16?
The one on
the screen.
What's the significance of the tweezers,
if you
please?
don't recall, that's okay.
I don't recall this one.
Okay.
Yeah, YouTube is having a hard time.
Well, let's put up the scan that we were looking at of the home.
One moment.
Do you see the orange dot kind of through the doorway from the kitchen?
Yes.
Do you know if there was a black backpack located where that orange dot is?
Yes.
Do you know if this document was located in that black backpack?
Yes.
What is
else?
that?
Did you look in that backpack?
I believe I just helped document what was inside.
What was inside?
Several documents, as well as prescription medication and Kouri Richins' name.
More prescriptions for Kouri.
When executing this search warrant, was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-2, please.
Here we go. She had a lot of prescriptions. Why?
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the phone that was taken off of Kouri Richins that day that was booked into evidence.
Same or similar condition as when it was located that day or seized that day?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 9-2.
Your Honor, at this time, we renew our motion to suppress that was made earlier about the phone. We renew it at this time.
Okay. Your motion is denied for the same reasons previously stated by the court. 9-2 is admitted.
After item 9-2 was seized and collected, what did you do with it?
It was booked into the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
So we just talked about a lot of items that were collected. Remind the jury, what date were those items collected?
On April 13th of 2022.
So, and you were on scene when Eric died, and some time had passed, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the house at 282 Willow Court searched on May 8th of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for that search?
Yes.
Again, was that search of the home pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness Exhibit 1-15D3, D like Delta.
Or P like Papa. That was the best thing I've ever seen someone
recognize
use P for. P like Papa.
And what is it?
This is going to be, it's the same 3D model rendering of the home. This one's depicting items that were collected on the 2023 warrant.
Is that on May 8th?
Yes.
And
Why
again,
would you
the same
write a
scan
warrant
that
for
we've been
that long
seeing, But
after?
now you've added tags for items that were collected on a different day.
Correct.
All right. Similar to the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, were assignments made for this search warrant?
Yes.
Personnel. And what was your role?
To photograph, assist in search, and also assist in doing the matter report.
What areas of the scene were searched on this day?
Every room of the main home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
What specific items were you looking for pursuant to that search warrant?
We were looking for several different items relating to, I believe, electronics, as well as documents, and don't recall what else, to be honest.
That's okay. So we talked about Exhibit 1-15D3. That's something that you helped create. That's the scan.
Yes.
I want to move to admit Exhibit 1-15D3.
Okay, 1-15D is in dog 3. Okay,
Right.
and just to clarify, I'm sorry, Your Honor, if let me speak with Ms. Sharon. So this is just adding on the tags from the 8th.
It's not, I mean, iterative, it is iterative, but it's not in addition to. They're just the tags from that day.
Perfect. No objection.
1-15D3 is admitted. Would you like us to publish?
The judge is kind of chill, bro. You can tell. He's just hanging around.
Okay, so again, we're looking at the same scan, correct?
Yes.
And you have included tags for a different date that the house was searched.
Yes.
Scott, you can play the scan, please. And you mentioned that the whole house was searched again.
Yes.
And that included the bedroom.
Yes.
You were looking for electronics as well as documents. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That's what, just reminding you what you said before. Were there items pursuant to that search warrant that were located in the master bedroom?
Yes.
I'll wait till our video catches up before I ask you about this. All right, you can pause it there, Scott. So we see 2 green dots on this screen. Were you there when these items were located?
Not when they were located. I believe I was in a different room.
Okay. But you were the person that collected them?
Yes.
And when they were located, did they remain in their original condition until you documented them?
As far as I am aware, yes.
Take item 9-15 and go ahead and open it up. What is that?
It's an orange notebook.
And is that one of the items that was collected in May 8th of 2023?
Yes.
And is where that item was located depicted on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Where was this item located?
It's going to be that bottom green dot that's showing in the top drawer of the nightstand.
We're going to come back to this item. I'm not going to admit it quite yet. So we see another green dot. Do you know what was located, where that is indicated?
Yes, it's a blue iPhone that was located inside the top drawer.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-4, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the blue iPhone that was collected from that drawer that day.
It's in the same or similar condition to when it was, as it was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-4.
9-15, right?
This is correct.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
9-4, the blue iPhone is admitted.
And Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 10-21. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photograph I took of where the cell phone was located.
Fair and accurate representation of where it was located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 10-21.
No objection.
And publish.
10-21 is admitted.
Publish, please. So we see, zoom back out for us. So we see a phone sitting on top of the dresser. Is that the phone that was collected?
That's a tablet.
Okay, and so where, we'll have Scott zoom in, where is the phone that you collected, that you just showed us?
To the right of the, I believe it is the pair of sweatpants.
Right there.
Okay, so it's kind of inside the drawer, leaning up against the front of the drawer. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It's a weird place for a phone, brother. You doing
You
sketchy things on that phone?
That the detached office was also searched on that day?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-15D7, D like Delta.
Hidden in the top drawer with
Do
the
you
socks,
recognize
bro?
this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the rendering of the detached garage and shop.
The same virtual scan, just of a different area of the home, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D7.
I'm so sorry. This is a new Matterport 115D7. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
115G7 is admitted.
Okay, and you can play that forward, Scott. And so, was the office also searched for documents?
Yes, it was.
I feel like I just
And similar
traveled
to
through the
other one,
Millennium
did you
Falcon
indicate on
light
this
speed.
virtual scan, if there was a document that was collected
Yeah.
on May 8th?
Yes.
Oh, I don't see the tag.
That
on
office
this
is
one.
dope as
It's
hell,
on there.
bro.
Oh, where is it?
Give it a second.
I missed it.
There you
There
go.
it is. If we could pause the scan, please. I missed it the first time around. Was there a document collected from that location?
Yes.
If you could take exhibit 9-16 from your stack there. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right, and is that the item that was collected from there?
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to admit it this time. We'll come back to that document. Pursuant to this search warrant was, or not to this search warrant, but on that same date was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person.
Yes.
If you could take exhibit 9-3, please.
Yeah, that's a good point, Celeste. I don't know. They never said who was taking
Do
them.
you
They just found
recognize
them
this?
there. I'm assuming
Yes.
both of them.
What is it?
There's
It's
a
a cell
lot.
phone that was collected from Kouri Richins' person.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected on May 8th.
Yes.
We'll move to admit 9-3.
No objection.
9-3 is admitted.
What happened with that phone after it was collected?
I believe it was downloaded by Detective O'Driscoll and then booked into evidence.
Whose phone was it?
Was there a search made of the 282 Willow Court home on November 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Dang, they did a third
Scott, if
search?
you could have exhibit 1-15D5.
And it was not touched? I'm confused with that. Do they own the home? How were they able to search the home in its condition years apart from each other? I must be missing something. Whose phone is that?
November 7th, 2024. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Same as all the other scans we've been looking at?
Correct.
You put different tags on there for items that were located on that day?
Correct.
Similar to the two other search warrants we talked about, were assignments made on that day?
Yes.
And what was your role?
To photograph and assist in document and search.
Same as the other searches?
Yep.
Okay. Again, what areas of the home were searched?
The entirety of the home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
Well, it's Corey's secret one.
I don't think I've moved to admit 115D5 yet. I'll do that now. Yes.
We already know.
This one from November 7th, I'm so sorry, I'm trying to keep up. November 7th, the Matterport is 115D5.
Correct.
Well,
No
that makes
objection.
sense.
115D5 is admitted and published.
Go ahead and play it.
But they owned
Scott.
it though, huh? So that's why.
What items were being, specific items you were looking for this day? Excuse me.
Handwritten documents.
Did you locate any of those?
I assisted in photographing them.
Document?
Yeah.
Okay. You could pause it there. We see purple circle on the screen there. Was a document located from that location on that day?
Yes.
Take Exhibit 9-17. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that the item? What is it?
It's a handwritten document of what appears to be a timeline. It was located inside that the kitchen cabinet.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that was collected on that day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Just a moment, I'm sorry.
She's got to be the last one, right? It's like almost 4:20. Don't say that with the gummies going around here. I saw one of you say, "My mouth's open. Throw one of those gummies." You are diabolical for that.
49.
There's one up
There is one up here. Ah, yes. We need to look at some handwriting items. Okay.
She's got to be the last one, bro. It's getting late.
In States Exhibit 8-49, tab 15. Do you recognize that?
Bleeding on the back
Yes.
of my neck,
Is this an item that was collected from the Richins home?
Yes, it was.
There's
Was
always
that
one person in
collected
court
during that November
who has a
7th,
cough.
2024 search warrant?
Standard.
Yes.
And did you collect this item
Yes, I did.
and book it into evidence?
Yes.
You took photographs of it?
Correct.
If you could turn to tab 16, please.
It's like impossible to watch court and someone doesn't have a cough.
K15.
It doesn't matter when or where it is. It could be in Hawaii. Somebody's gonna
Do you
cough.
recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's coupons with handwriting on
This-
them, like
this
Christmas
was-
coupons.
I'm sorry, I should let you finish.
You're fine.
Finish what you were saying before I ask my question.
It appears to be like Christmas coupons that are handwritten.
Another item that was collected from the Willow Court home.
Yes.
Did you take photographs of this item?
I took photographs, yes.
And did you book it into evidence?
I did not.
Like here's a
I believe,
coupon for
Evidence Tech Matter booked that one in.
a
No.
back
But it was
massage. Is that what we're
booked
talking
into
about
the
here?
evidence room?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have context, please? I like
I
context.
want to talk about a few other items that were collected. Did you collect other electronics in particular? For not collect, but I'm sorry, I should use more precise words. Did you book into evidence other electronics for this case?
Yes.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-6, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 cell phones that were collected from
Two?
Robert Grossman.
And they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Who's Robert?
Those items in the same or similar condition as when they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Two more?
Admit 9-6.
Four of Kouri's phones? The original phone?
You can open it up and...
The one in the sock drawer and 2 more? Am I tripping or what? That's a lot. Oh, is that the boyfriend? It doesn't matter. That's a lot of phones. I can barely handle one phone. Talking about getting 2 or 3.
This individual can't testify who got those phones, that they came from Mr. Grossman. My understanding is they were just brought to her, and that's insufficient. We object.
Well, she can testify that these 2 phones were booked into evidence.
Right,
So
sure.
we can admit 9-6 as these 2 phones, right?
No. No. we need a foundation
She's
laid
got
of
attitude,
how
bro.
the chain of custody of those two phones. Who got them and who brought them to her
They
before
just
they
said.
can come in.
They already said that.
She just testified that they were.
She just said who gave it to her.
Yes, of course.
My gosh, bro. I'm not even a lawyer, and they just told you who gave her the phones. But still, here's the thing, okay? Let's just be honest. Let's be honest. The whole cheating thing, we've talked about this. The 2 phones, all that stuff. It's so crazy to me. Like, why not just leave and go be with that person? Why do we do this as a society? I don't understand that. Like, I get that it's complicated. I get that, like, you know, just leave. Leave the house. Leave the relationship. Why would you do that? You're going to go get a second phone and live on edge all the time? Come on. Take some more gummies, chill the frick out, and get out of here. Go be with him. Bye. Bye, Felicia. I'll catch you on the never. You can go be with your dude. Just leave, though. Like, you're not going to stick around here and have a phone in the sock drawer and gummies above the freaking microwave.
Exhibit 9-6, 2 cell phones, identified, not yet admitted.
Yes.
This is way too similar to Chad and Lori, bro. So many things.
could-
The phones is crazy.
Grab exhibit 9-18, please. And 9-19.
If it's gummies, I'm turning the stream off. I gotta go make the chicken soon. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I know, it's the money. It's so stupid.
Let's start with 9-18. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo that, sorry, it is a phone that was collected during a search warrant of a Lauber's residence.
What kind of phone is it? Just the model or the make of it?
It's a Samsung.
Okay. And is that phone the same or similar condition as when you booked it into evidence?
Yes.
And I'll treat this one the same as 9-6. And if you go ahead and show it to the jury. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't entered it yet. I'm sorry.
Man, damn.
If you could take exhibit 9-19, please.
We are struggling on this court day.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a Motorola cell phone that was collected from off of Carmen Lauber's person.
Okay, is that
That's a
was
lot of
that phone
phones we're
booked
talking
into
about.
evidence?
Yes, it was.
I get it. If someone's like,
After
whatever, that's just
I'm
crazy.
going to move away from these specific phones and just talk about some things that the sheriff's office does with cell phones once they're collected. When cell phones are, after cell phones are booked into evidence, does the sheriff's office have the capability to download a cell phone?
We currently do.
What about in 2022? Did the sheriff's office have that capability in 2022?
No, we did not.
If the sheriff's office or an investigator in the sheriff's office wanted to get a download of someone's cell phone in 2022, how did that happen?
It was brought down to the RCFL.
Oh, wow.
What is the RCFL?
It's a regional forensics, computer forensic institution.
And so the downloads of the phones weren't done in-house at that time?
Correct.
And at some point, did that change?
Yes.
When was that?
Early of 2023.
What happened in early 2023 as it relates to cell phone downloads at the sheriff's office?
We obtained a program called Celebrate.
What is Celebrate?
It is a cell phone download program.
Are you certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. How, not the technology part, but how physically, if you were going to download a cell phone, how would you do that?
We'd obtain the item from evidence and essentially plug it into the program, and then the program basically tells us what to do on the next steps, and it kind of breaks into the phone.
So kind of a plug-and-play type of thing.
Correct.
And you're certified to use Celebrite?
Yes.
Did you perform cell phone downloads in this case?
Yes.
Which cell phone did you download in this case?
I downloaded a few.
Okay. Do you remember which ones?
I believe Hayden Jeff's.
Well, don't say the names.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think the majority of them were iPhones.
Okay, that's fine. When a phone is downloaded using Celebrite, do you get a report after it's downloaded?
Yeah, it gives us the data, like the raw data.
Okay, from the phone.
Correct.
So turning away from cell phones now, I want to talk a little bit more about the Matterport scan. Did you use that, or first, let me ask this way, does that software have the capability to do measurements? I think you mentioned that.
Yes.
Did you use the Matterport scan in this case to measure some certain distances?
Yes.
How is that done?
I select basically the X, Y, and Z coordinates on the scan itself and pretty much pick two separate points, and it will give you an accurate measurement within 1% error rate.
How do you know it's within 1% error rate?
It's according to their company.
Okay. And so you measured some areas of the home in this case?
Yes.
And did you verify those measurements after Matterport gave you the distances?
Yes, we also physically measured them on scene.
Okay. And so did you measure the area from the master bedroom to the kitchen?
Yes.
Was that distance 55 feet 2 inches?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you measure the distance from the master bedroom to the front door?
Yes.
Was that distance 36 feet, a little over 36 feet?
Yes.
And you verified through that process you just described that those were accurate distances?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment. Just a couple more questions for you. I want to go back to the Celebrite program and the cell phone downloads. Did you do a download for Kouri's blue iPhone in this case?
I assisted Detective O'Driscoll in the download.
What do you mean you assisted? Describe that process.
He started the download. It gave him an error, and then I assisted in doing some troubleshooting and starting the process of the download.
And so were you able to get a successful download of that blue iPhone?
Yeah, I was able to obtain the PIN code, and then Detective O'Driscoll finished it and obtained a download.
And just to be sure, let's show the jury which item we're talking about so we don't get the phones confused. We're talking about Exhibit 9-4.
It's a blue iPhone.
And this was the phone that we, where was this item collected from?
Inside the top drawer of the dresser in the master bedroom. It was leaning up against the drawer.
And this was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
I'm sure that's necessary. Would you approach for a moment? If you'd sit tight for just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop the presentation of evidence for today at this point. We'll pick up cross-examination of Ms. Gibson tomorrow morning. I'm required to give you these instructions at the end of every day, and frankly, I should be doing it at the end of every or before every break, so please just humor me. Do not talk about this case with anyone. Do not let anyone else talk about it to you. This is off limits. You have to affirmatively avoid listening to, watching, or reading anything about the case. And do not take any actions to gain any information. So no research, no internet searches, no social media interactions about the case at all. Please travel safely. See you tomorrow morning, ready to go at 8:30. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. All right. Forgive my ignorance. Are you
Just when
taking
you
all
thought
this
it would
stuff
never end.
with you?
It's downstairs putting on the chicken.
What's the plan, Brady?
All right, guys. A long day, baby. What we got going on? Are you still talking? Don't say goodbye. Make me put in a headphone. Is it over?
Is that what you want to do?
We want to do what?
Okay, sounds good. So let's be specific. We'll do this by number.
Oh boy.
Let's just do this on the record. Chelsea, if you would separate for us 9-5.
All right.
That's the green.
No disrespect to the stream, okay? I don't need to watch the rest of this part. Freaking love you guys. Think we had a 6-hour stream today. Let's see if we broke 6:05, baby. 6:05. That's crazy. One of our longer streams in the community channel's history. Crazy. Love you guys. I will be starting tomorrow as it starts, but actually before. So you guys will see me a little bit before, and then I'll be popping in on the chat. And then, like I said, every time I can possibly be here, I'm going to be here with you on camera so we can talk. But I love you guys. Amazing day today. And I'll see you soon, man. Appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your night.